going to be getting started with the TriMet board meeting here any moment now. I see all those that are present are here now. Okay, very good. Are we ready to get started? I'm seeing, all right. Wonderful. Good morning. I'm Ozzy Gonzalez, TriMet Board President, and welcome to the TriMet Board of Directors meeting for October 25th, 2023. We are gathered here at the Gresham Public Safety and Schools building at 1333 Northwest Eastman Parkway in Gresham, Oregon for this board meeting. And we are also live streaming the meeting on YouTube, so welcome to all of those online. All of the TriMet board members are here with the exception of Director Kim, and those present are all in person for the meeting. At this time, I would like to begin by thanking Mayor Travis Stoval and the City of Gresham for hosting us this morning. It is wonderful to be here in East Multnomah County and to see a number of elected officials and friends out here this morning. Thank you to all of you for being here today. Our board meeting will begin with the public forum. Members of the public who have wished to provide testimony but could not be here in person may also join us virtually in just a moment. We will begin, however, with those that are here in person and present and have signed up to testify. I will be calling up to the testimony table, and that's the one here in front of us, 2 people at a time. So we ask those who are testifying this morning to please direct your comments to TriMet and our transit-related services rather than other topics not on the business docket today. So we also ask that your comments be limited to 3 minutes. And I believe we will have a timer in place to help signify when your time is getting close. If you're unable to limit your comments to 3 minutes, you may provide additional comments in writing. TriMet staff can provide an email address for you if you would like to send those written comments to us. So as you hear your names, please make your ways to the table, and you can provide your testimony in the order as you are named. And so our first 2 people testifying this morning will be Gresham Mayor Travis Stoval, followed by Metro Councilor Ashton Simpson. Welcome. You know your way to the mic. Oh, let's get that timer going.
Please get the timer going. I've rarely actually seen this view from here, and it's good to actually see the TriMet board meeting out here. Did I just spend 30 seconds saying that? So ultimately, my comments are going to be brief because I certainly want to take the opportunity just to thank the TriMet board for visiting us here in Gresham, but I also want to thank you for the investments that have been made in East County. I've lived here on the east side for almost 24 years, and the first number of those years, we did not see the investments we needed to see in transit and in transportation. And over the last, I would say, 10 to 15 years, we've seen those investments increase substantially in key critical areas. The FX line, the things that we're doing with Renew the Blue, we're going to see these incredible new service enhancements. So I can't thank you enough for all of those efforts. I also want to transition just a little bit into the idea of mode share and how we have to, as communities, do a much better job of embracing transit. And so I'm speaking to you as the board, but I'm also speaking to the folks that are listening, because we need to do a much better job. If we're going to have critical action for climate action, we've got to ensure that we are embracing transit like we've never done before. Because if we don't, we will not meet our climate action goals. We'll continue to see the degradation of our environment unless we truly embrace transit in a mode share like we've never seen in the United States of America. We have to move this way. And I know that's going to be difficult because we have a critical fiscal cliff coming for transit. We haven't seen folks get back onto transit as it was before the pandemic. And so we've got some work that we have to do. On the national scale, I get the absolute honor of representing transit as the Vice Chair of Transit and Equity on the U.S. Conference of Mayors. So I get to advocate for this effort every time I sit with that group and they're listening. But I want to conclude by encouraging you as a board, you as TriMet administration, to continue to be aggressive, to be innovative, working on ensuring that our communities can achieve the highest degree of climate action by ensuring that we wake up to the transit needs that we have to decrease the utilization of low occupancy vehicles to get from here to there so constantly as we normally do. So with that, again, I just want to thank you for coming to Gresham, the fourth largest city in the state, and welcome you back anytime you want to come. And as I said before you leave, please drop copious amounts of cash at our businesses. Eat lunch, buy new things, and enjoy our wonderful city. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Stoval.
Thank you, Chair Gonzalez, and thank you, TriMet Board, for having us here. Really appreciate you all coming out to East County and really digging into the trenches with us here in community. I want to echo a little bit of what Mayor Stoval, and thank you, Mayor Stoval, for opening up the floor for us to have this meeting here today. We do have to take transit very seriously if we want to hit our climate goals. It's something that we see a lot of in Metro, and as partners with you all, we are hand in hand here to work with you all to get there. Transit is a connector, physically bringing people together and bringing equity to communities, and giving people access to jobs, opportunities, and interests. And this is a space that you all have influence over as the TriMet Board. I want to thank you for delivering on safe and reliable service for our constituents here in District 1, and for your dedication to the continuous improvements that are happening out here. And with Forward Together service improvements developed with the community, they bring more and better bus service to our riders who live and work in equity-focused areas here in East County, including Gresham, Troutdale, and Fairview. TriMet has a role to play in helping our communities thrive, partnering on transit-oriented development that provides affordable housing, or in the case of construction happening right outside Gresham, with the new flagship county library. It takes a collective to create livable communities, and I'm glad we are working together as that collective to get there. And part of building that collective is trust, and that is something that we as a Metro Council and as TriMet Board have worked to foster together. And it's encouraging to see TriMet show up in community as well as partnering with government and community partners to make our region better. Metro stands with TriMet, supporting efforts to build transit ridership. Increasing transit ridership will also help prevent further congestion, reduce greenhouse gas emissions for cleaner air, create safer, more walkable neighborhoods, and hopefully improve the livability of our region. If there's anything I can say about the greater Portland region, is that we must work together to reach our climate goals, housing goals, equity goals, etc. We have a plethora of gaps that exist here in East County that we all have to work on. Transit is that vein that we move people. So I want to thank you all for being here today, and I look forward to the continued partnership as TriMet, with TriMet as we work to increase transit here in our region. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilor Simpson, and thank you both for highlighting the partnership that brings excellence forward for us all.
Absolutely.
The next two folks we have testifying this morning are Wood Village Councilor Jairo Rios Campos and Gustavo Gomez of the Rockwood Community Development Corporation. Welcome.
Good morning, Chair Gonzalez. Good morning, Chair Gonzalez. Thank you, board directors, for having us here this morning. As colleagues behind us mentioned before, we are grateful for the investment that you have done in East County, but I'm also here to not only as an elected, but as a community-based partner, and to share the gratitude in the investment in our community. As TriMet looks to invest in ridership, it is important to invest in those community members, especially those underrepresented community members. And so just here to highlight the excitement that our community has in those investments that you guys are making in East County with the Forward Together, especially in the upcoming fiscal years. And so the extension of the line 25 going all the way to Mount Hood Community College. So I lived in East Multnomah County for 22 years, and so went to Reynolds High School, and so not having that transit available at that time was crucial. So it is very important that we continue those investments, and as was mentioned, the flagship library coming up here as well. I think another one to look and consider for the near future is a bus line on 223rd, because that is the only connectivity that constituents on the north side, Fairview, Wood Village, and Troutdale would have to that amazing facility. So the continuing effort that you guys have demonstrated in East County, we can see and feel, the community can feel that investment being placed on them more now, and I really appreciate that.
Hello, hi, TriMet Board of Directors. I had the pleasure actually to have met and seen some of your work, Ossie Gonzalez and Kathy White. I met today. I wanted to talk about different things, but when I actually came up here, I met people that I haven't seen in a while, and I seen some of the work that they do, and it's amazing. I want to tell you that the reason why I'm here is I work for Rockwood CDC, but we probably all know that Rockwood is a small area, and there's over 58 spoken languages, and the majority of people are immigrants or refugees in this area, and it's very bleak in some aspects. But if we look at the social determinants of health, which is one of the initiatives that we work in Rockwood CDC, transportation is one of the bigger tickets, bigger issues, but bigger tickets for people to succeed. I come from a single mom, 3 kids, and we rely on public transportation for 27 years of my life. So obviously, I was able to go to college, got educated, and a lot of people here knows me and my work, and I've been breaking barriers of access for information and services, and that includes money to our communities, because somebody opened the door for me, and I've been trying to open doors for other people. So there's many people here. I want to tell you that I'm very impressed. We're very impressed with the work that TriMet has done, and I wanted to talk about some of the initiatives and some of the things, but people already talk about them. I think the most important piece, and I want to be grateful today, is for your support and organizations like ourselves, to some of our initiatives, and the library. That piece of land for the library, I want to tell you that for immigrants and refugees, that piece is very impressive, because cities a lot of times lack of the knowledge, the cultural awareness, but they put a lot of programs into the libraries, and I don't think they do it on purpose, but they do. Many other countries don't do that, but this country does. So having that library, I'm looking forward to anything that we can partner with, utilizing that space. Thank you, and everything else that you're doing for our communities.
Thank you for your testimonies, senores. It's a pleasure to hear of your dedication to the community, and clearly, East County is coming up. Next, I would like to invite up Jacob Hatke and Brian Marsh from the Amazon PDX9 Fulfillment Center. Welcome to you both.
Good morning. Brian had a site emergency he had to go deal with, so he sends his gratitude and everything funneled through me. I'm Jacob Hatke. I'm the HR manager at our local PDX9 Amazon Robotics warehouse. So we've been wanting to come here and very thankful for when the building launched. We just had our 5-year anniversary, so having the TriMet stop right at our doorstep open or get put in shortly after we launched, really critical for our entire associate population and many others that are associated with PDX9. So what kind of impact does TriMet have for Amazon? We do all of our staffing for all of the buildings throughout the entire Portland area out of our building. So the ability to get to and from Portland to come to Troutdale, or regularly coming to the site, in which we employ 2,800 to 3,000 associates and full full rosters, around 4,000 people at each site. So my position here today is to really talk about the weekend extension of the 81 route and also additional shift-specific stops for the 77. So our weekend route is really critical for our associates to come and go from the parking lot. One of the things we have is one of the largest parking lots of the building types we have throughout the country. And I love when it's not full. I love when it's empty because people are getting on and off the bus. They're able to come and go, do what they need to do, and leverage that to the environmental initiatives. It does help in that space. But one of the things, a few things that we do, we have a career choice program that if you're employed at least 30 hours a week or more at Amazon for 90 days, you can sign up with universities that we have online, local or throughout the country, and we'll pay for the whole thing. We pay directly to the school. It does not go through, hey, if you pay it and then if you pass, then we'll reimburse. We're paying directly to the school. So this allows more schedule flexibility if they can come in on the weekends and allow us to move around their schedule so they can attend classes and be a nurse, be a truck driver, be a different role that they want to do in their life. And then we do help place them in those roles working with local companies or companies throughout the country. So that's a huge win for us and a huge impact. I say us as the community, right? It's a big win about increasing flexibility and autonomy for our associates to be able to live their lives, do what they need to do, and come and go from the site. So it's a really, really big impact having the weekend and then even the 77 to come out and find out where they want to work throughout the entire Portland metro area and then be able to navigate from there with the 77 coming out of the close downtown area. So those two things are really important to us, would make a big impact for almost 3,000 of our associates. To me, it's less about what we can do for our building. It's more about we have a lot of associates that need more flexibility and need more navigation on the weekends, and that 81 route would really make a big difference for our entire team. So other than that, thank you for the continued work, partnership with the site. We've always had really good relationships with TriMet. You guys have all been really, really great with the site, and just the communication's been really nice so far. So appreciate that.
Thank you very much, Jacob. Appreciate that. And our regards to Brian. All right, as we continue our public testimony, I'd like to now continue with others who have signed up to offer comments in person. And I have two folks that have signed up this morning. Let's see, if you could please make it to the table. Deborah Olson and Tristan Isaac.
Good morning. I'm Deborah Olson. I have testified in front of the TriMet board before, but you all are new. I have a few responses, questions. I understand the emergency response team doesn't carry Narcan, and I'd like to know why, especially with all the overdoses going on. That's, I think, very destructive and costs humans' lives, which one person did pass on 1/22nd. Had the response team had Narcan, maybe they'd still be alive. Two, several months ago, I believe it was in May, I turned in written testimony and I talked about the Pinellas County, Florida, which has senior and ADA bus passes for $11. And I included the phone number of the and talked to the staff myself, and they said they get grants from the federal government. And I told them our bus passes are at least 28. So I believe TriMet can do better in getting grant money to totally eliminate bus fares for seniors. Bus fares for working people at $250 or $275, $280, whatever it's going to be in January, by getting these grants from the feds. And with all the extra money Salem seems to be kicking back, maybe you could get some money from Salem. I'm curious if you even read the testimonies we put in. I sent it through email a few days before the meeting. And number three, House Bill or not House Bill, the Advisory Committee HB 2017. Opal needs to be on that board. Just because Huey left and the acting ED just could not participate, Opal should not be kicked off. We still need, number four, we still need bus service here in Gresham, maybe from Rockwood up Burnside all the way to the Fred Meyers and the urgent care clinic. Many of my neighbors can't make it to the max. They don't feel safe going to the max. They physically can't get to the max. On a bad day, neither can I. A lot of those businesses are losing revenue because my neighbor can't walk 300 feet to catch a bus on Burnside, and you go to Heidi's restaurant or go to Fred Meyer's, Safeway, Walgreens, Rite Aid to even get their prescriptions. So who wants to hike 4/10 of a mile and, oh, the max is going to be late because the car's stuck on the tracks, or the police are dealing with something, or just because there's a shortage of operators. I have several signed testimonies from people requesting bus service up Burnside. I'm sure you guys can figure something out so that we can get to some of those businesses. And the businesses that are actually paying TriMet tax would probably like to see some of our dollars there. Thank you. Who can I give this to? These two?
Cool. Good morning. My name is Tristan. I'm the board chair of Opal Environmental Justice Oregon. In July of 2019, the TriMet Board of Directors passed Resolution 19-07-52 endorsing the Statement of Board Member Responsibilities and Code of Conduct. The document outlines a series of professional standards and practices that a TriMet board member is expected to adhere to during their tenure. Among these expectations are to build goodwill for TriMet, promote a positive image, display courteous conduct, and maintain objectivity, exercise fairness, integrity, loyalty, collegiality, and care. I would like to highlight today a series of statements by sitting TriMet board members, those being President Ozzie Gonzalez and Director Keith Edwards, which I believe fall short of the standards set out in the previously adopted Code of Conduct. The first set of statements are from a series of tweets from the account @Gonzalez_Ozzie, which would appear to be the personal account of President Gonzalez. Quote, on my way back from the TriMet board meeting, it's a dark day for democracy when special interests pay people to disrupt meetings. Buying t-shirts, making signs, paying stipends, and tokenizing youth, POC, and disabled people for political gain is gross. I see you at Opal EJOR. This tweet was posted immediately after the May 2023 board meeting, and in it, President Gonzalez, current president, then board member Gonzalez, accuses community advocates protesting an unjust fare hike as being mere paid provocateurs out to undermine democracy. I would remind President Gonzalez that he is merely an unelected bureaucrat who holds no popular mandate. You can't undermine democracy where it does not exist. Another quote, TriMet has, this is in the same thread that spawned from that original post. TriMet has subsidies for riders that are low income, but poverty is a state of mind that only sound parenting can fix. If you can use Twitter, you can apply for the subsidy program. It's an interesting outlook, to say the least. And then finally, this is less related to the events of that day, but it's kind of the general theme that I read on his account. Quote, when are we going to talk about the gender hashtag pay gap on @OnlyFans? And I'll just let that one speak for itself. Not to be outdone, I have here a couple of choice quotes from Director Keith Edwards that are on the record at actual board meetings. And quote, and when you consider having an open system where anyone can ride, you may end up with a system that's only taking care of the houseless folks and the indigent. That concerns me. Quote, fairless is not going to work. Certainly in my district, I can see people carrying cans on bicycles walking, and they would be on TriMet. I fail to see how either of those things would be negative. I think we can just call that what it is. Bigotry against unhoused people. I should hope that these comments don't reflect the attitudes of TriMet as an organization, especially considering many of them were made on the record. Frankly, I find the biases expressed here deeply concerning Ableism, misogyny, classism, bigotry against unhoused people are not values ought to be held by people in power. In closing, and on behalf of Opal and the communities we represent, I demand an apology from President Gonzalez and Director Edwards for their harmful and offensive comments. Furthermore, I demand that they both undergo implicit bias training and make a commitment to do better. The organization you represent and the communities you serve deserve nothing less. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you both for your comments and your perspectives. And I appreciate your interest in our thoughts and words extending beyond the board meetings and within the board meetings. Community representation is key. Now, I'd like to move us over to online testimonies. Since we are still in the public forum, I'd like to invite those who have signed up to provide public testimony virtually via Zoom to step forward and share their testimony. Since we don't have two chairs in the virtual table, I'm just going to name one person at a time. And so the first person I'd like to invite, they're aware that the 3-minute limit also pertains to the virtual testimonies. And again, I'll reiterate, your written comments are welcome to be submitted to the agency. And the first testimony will come from Ron Mansolili, Director of Veterans Resource Center.
Hi, good morning, everybody. My name is Ron Mansolili. I am, as mentioned, the Director of the Veterans Resource Center at Portland State University. Boy, I've got this giant clock just ticking down in front of me. I don't know if anybody's ever seen these screens, but it's quite wonderful. First, I want to thank the board for having me, so I'll go quick. I really appreciate being able to come here and talk to the board, especially for considering this amendment to recognize veterans as honored citizens. It's so important to me personally that not only are we, recognizing, veterans, but we're actually putting action to the words of recognizing veterans. I am also a veteran myself. I did 27 years in the Navy, recently retired in 2016, and I relocated from overseas to Portland. So I made this my home. And so I'm really invested in this and being at TriMet or working with veterans here and then being able to testify for TriMet. I am here to talk on behalf of veteran students typically, but veterans overall. I can't stress enough the incredible impact it would be to recognize veterans as honored citizens for student veterans. We have students at Portland State that come from all around the greater Portland area, and it is a huge financial impact for them to get into the city and be able to get to the classes and get on campus. Portland State is a commuter university, and it is extremely challenging for them to get there. I've had just numerous students come to me and talk to me about, where they have to live in order to be able to survive and get to, and then also, continue on with their university studies. So huge impact. But beyond that, I want to say that this is creating value for veterans in the city and in the overall region. One of the I came to Oregon. It is actually one of the, unfortunately, in the top 10 worst states for veterans. And I really believe something like this type of amendment would start to create that value for veterans here in the city and in Oregon. For me personally, and I suspect for many veterans, it's not about being thanked for our service. It's about being recognized for that service and a lot of the sacrifices that many veterans have made over the years. So, and I believe that this amendment will recognize that. So, and for the active duty folks as well. So about 15 seconds. I really appreciate your time. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you for your comments. And next, I'd like to invite John Carr. It's from the South Tabor Neighborhood Association.
Good morning, President Gonzalez, directors. My name is John Carr, and I am here on behalf of the South Tabor Neighborhood Association. We're in Southeast Portland between Division and Powell, immediately west of 82nd. I also served as chair of the Division Transit Project Community Advisory Committee. I came to you in March and May of last year to talk about the Powell Division's Safety and Access to Transit project, and I'm here again to point out the lack of visible progress on this. To remind you, this project is a series of enhanced pedestrian crossings at key spots along Powell and Division in TriMet districts 4 and 6. It was funded with STIP funds in 2016 and meant to be finished in 2019, but construction has yet to start. And that's 7 years and counting for, pardon the oversimplification, crosswalks. To put that into perspective, TriMet completed the Orange Line in 7 years. You completed the Division Transit Project in 6 years, and you'll have completed a Better Red in 5 years. Yet this $2 million crossings project is at 7 years and counting. It's 1/100th the size of a Better Red, but because of the slow pace, costs have gone up and the scope has been scaled back. Pedestrian crossings that are several blocks from the nearest signals, crossings which should be signalized as they are on 82nd and closer in on Powell, will now merely be restriped, re-signed, and in some cases given better lighting, in other cases not. Frankly, this is not enough, and it's not happening fast enough. Traffic deaths continue on this stretch of Powell. My neighbors struggle to cross safely to get to the bus, to get to stores and parks, to get to school at Arleta, Kellogg, and Franklin, all of whose boundaries now span both sides of Powell. In broad daylight at crossings that are well lighted, striped, and signed, people are still at the mercy of drivers who also struggle to do their part given the design of this highway and the misalignment of north-south streets and corners. Of course, it's worse in the rain and the dark. You should take pride in how TriMet tackles projects 100, even 1,000 times the scope of this one. But we ask you again, please bring that same game to this project and get it done right and get it done soon. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. And with no other members of the public signed up to testify at this time, I will close the public forum and open the business meeting. We begin our business meeting with board reports. Oh, excuse me. I did not receive your name on our listing, but I would be happy to have you join the public forum. And excuse me for the confusion. We don't have a sheet signatory, and you could please begin by sharing your name at the microphone. Yes, please. Welcome, Teresa, and for the sake of the public record, if you could restate your name on the microphone, that would be wonderful.
Gracias, thank you. Oops. Buenos dias, good morning to all of you. I already introduced myself. I have been riding TriMet since 2003 when I arrived here from Eastern Oregon. At the May board meeting, people from at least 10 different organizations came before you to ask that you refrain from increasing the bus fare. It is my sincere hope that these organizations will continue to represent the needs of bus-dependent riders, and that more riders will feel comfortable coming to board meetings to express their needs and concerns. When I go out to recruit members for Bus Riders Unite, I mention to bus and max riders that they have access to the TriMet Board of Directors in person. The future of our transit system depends on the decisions that you make as a board. Your decisions can have an impact on improving our city's air quality and in reducing traffic congestion. Better air quality would mean less cases of asthma and fewer cases of cancer. Less traffic would help lessen the stress on those who must drive. When I visited Tucson, Arizona, I was delighted to find that the city's bus system is free. Corvallis, Oregon has a free system. The Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation have a free bus system. I know this because I visited Weston in July, and I used to live there. It's a town of 700 people, about 20 miles east of Pendleton. I realize that Portland is huge compared to the towns that I have mentioned. Change begins with an idea. All of you on the board have the opportunity to help facilitate innovative changes to TriMet's bus and MAX system. Going fareless would be a major positive change. In the arena of transit justice, there is no us and you. There is only us, for we are all connected through our common humanity, and transit justice reflects this. Muchísimas gracias, si se puede, and TriMet, you can be the very best. Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa, for your words, and pardon the mishap
worry.
on the testimonies. And so with that, with no other members of the public signed up to testify, I will now close the public forum to open the business meeting. Now, we begin our business meeting with board reports, and I'd like to first invite Director Edwards to provide an update from the latest meeting on the Committee on Accessible Transportation. Director Edwards?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We had a very good CAT meeting last week. We usually do have a good CAT meeting. It was very lively. We had staff updates that talked about the need for CAT members to volunteer for different things that are going on in the TriMet community. One of them is there's an emergency management drill that's going to be coming up on the west side at the Robertson Tunnel on November 5th. And CAT members were asked to volunteer for that. And it's very necessary that they participate because of what goes on with them in an emergency, and trying to help people and prepare for things that normally wouldn't be prepared for if they weren't there. So they would certainly be participating in that. Also, there was a survey about the FX station platforms, and that was shared with by staff as well. The Type 6 trains were reviewed by CAT members. They had an opportunity to take a look at those, and certainly they'll be coming up, I'm sure, with some more suggestions on improvements to those. We had a comment from the general public. Catherine Woods came and spoke, and there was a concern about the operators announcing requested stops when they come up, and there was an inconsistency that went on, so it made it difficult for riders to know when to get up and be ready to exit the bus on the fixed route routes. The committee issues that when I came forward and talked a little bit about that before my report, I wanted to make sure that we invited President Gonzalez and Director Kellogg to our next meeting. And so you will be getting an invitation, and hopefully that will meet your schedule. Our meetings are typically virtual, so it should be, hopefully it'll be easy to access. Dave Daly talked about an issue in regards to the Gideon overcrossing, and the fact that has been given back to the city of Portland. And there's some concerns about that simply because the city has a huge backlog in their repairs that they're working on. And so we didn't want that to end up being in that long line of repairs that they're not getting addressed. I also shared a little bit about the Vision 2030. And I shared with them that I would talk more about that at the executive committee meeting. which I was unable to attend prior to this board meeting. Ryan Skelton said he would like to see details and KPIs of the Vision 2030 plan, which I will share, like I say, at the next executive committee meeting. And there were concerns also about mobility, folks that have mobility issues, and having spaces on the buses, on the fixed route, and on the light rail as well, in regards to having enough spaces for folks that have mobility issues, especially when we start talking about Vision 2030 increase in ridership. Those become even more profound that we don't have enough spaces. So we just want to make sure that those are being considered as well. Dave Daly shared also that, again, about the capacity of the ridership, and that the key issue should be that we have spaces and considerations for those that do have access issues. We also had some reports from staff. Pat Williams gave a great report on the security, and gave us an update on where things were at there, and shared that the security it's going to be increased. Currently, we have about 325 folks that are working for security and safety on the TriMet system. The SRTs also are very visible out there. They have blue uniforms, they carry backpacks, and they do have reflective vests. And I did take note of the fact that during the public comment today, there's mention that they don't use Narcan. I'm sure Pat Williams will take note of that as well. They make over 10,000 contacts each month, trying to assist and help those riders that are on the system. And they've gone to a 7-day week now, and system-wide, where before they didn't have that capacity, but now they do. We also got a report from Andrew Wilson, Executive Director of the TriMet Safety and Security Division, in regards to the elevator access project. And we got a study that was sent back to us from the University of Washington, and so we were able to take a look at that as well. The elevators at Hollywood have been a real critical piece, but they are now live and up and working. And we're also looking at access to those elevators and around those particular areas, especially in the transit-oriented development areas, that will facilitate folks with accessibility issues to be able to ride on TriMet and normalize their ridership. And that's all I have for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Edwards. Does anyone on the board have questions or comments about the CAT report? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Director Edwards. And we'll be on the lookout for the invitation to the next meeting. We've been forewarned, Director Kellogg. All right, next, I will be presenting on behalf of Director Kim an update from the Metro Policy Advisory Committee. MPAC, let's see here. There was a September board meeting for the Metro Policy Advisory Committee. Metro provided an update on the 2024 urban growth management process to the engagement strategy, and they highlighted efforts to engage the public in next year's decision. The engagement process will include a new stakeholder engagement committee to facilitate conversations with underrepresented community partners as the region considers whether an urban growth boundary expansion will be warranted. Metro then facilitated a discussion on the Regional Transportation Plan, known as the RTP, and the High Capacity Transit Strategy. Metro staff provided a summary of the comments received on both plans during the summer outreach period. MPAC members provided feedback on some of the main areas where Metro staff were making recommendations for final changes to the RTP, such as strategies for better coordination to secure state funding for transportation priorities. MPAC meets again tonight for final adoption votes on the RTP and the High Capacity Transit Strategy. And at this time, I welcome comments. I am not sure how I would field questions, but if anyone would like to try, now's a good time. All right. Thank you. Thank you, President or Director Kim, for providing that report. And now I'd like to invite Director Lewis to report on this morning's Finance and Audit Committee meeting. Director Lewis?
Good morning. Who else gets excited in the morning of looking at numbers? This morning, 8 o'clock, myself and President Gonzalez and Secretary Way attended with TriMet staff, the Finance and Audit Committee. My report's very short. We will be hearing later in the meeting today details of our audit, but I would like to give a definite welcome and thank you for the work to Eid and Bailey's team for the audit. And later on, you will be giving your report. That's it.
Thank you, Director Lewis. Does anyone on the board have comments or questions about the F&A Committee report? And as Director Lewis mentioned, we'll be hearing a little bit more about the findings of that report in just a little while. Thank you, Director Lewis. Now, I'd like to take a moment to provide a report on the Transform Conference, which occurred earlier this month in Orlando, Florida. It was a very informative and uplifting conference provided by the American Public Transportation Association, otherwise referred to as APTA. And it was an expo that I had the pleasure to be able to attend October 8th through 11th this year. It's an annual event, and this conference is APTA's largest annual event. This year they hosted over 11,000 people from around the world of public transit, including our general manager, Sam Dessou, and a number of TriMet executive leaders and staff. It was a packed agenda, and it covered a lot of new topics within the transit industry, such as transit technologies, new products and services, and addressed issues that are systemic throughout the nation and frankly in other parts of the world as well, such as increasing ridership, enhancing the rider experience, providing security on systems, and increasing the sustainability and the reliability of public transit systems. It was a really eye-opening experience to see how much of what discussions we have here in our region are being had by other transit agencies in, again, not just the country, but around the world. And it was also very comforting to see that we have at the helm a very dedicated and very enthusiastic group of folks that are addressing the issues that we have. I like to think that we're lucky when I see the kind of issues that other agencies are addressing, that we have a cooperative and spirited approach with our regional partners as well in addressing many of the issues that we're confronting today. And it was really exciting to be able to experience some of the accolades that TriMet was able to receive on the national stage. We were able to, I don't want to steal our general manager's thunder, so I'll leave it at that, but we were able to be recognized for some fantastic work, which you'll hear more about in just a second. But all in all, it was an extremely productive and enriching conference, and I would encourage other board members to take advantage of conference opportunities within the transit agency. It's very eye-opening to see how our work is received by others and how their work is represented as well. And I would also like to let the board know about some transit-related events that are on the horizon in 2024. Next year's Transform Conference will be in Anaheim, California from September 29th through October 4th. So please check out your calendars and see if that's something that you'd be interested in. And I'm very excited to share that we have some opportunities here closer to home in 2024. Next year's APTA Mobility Conference is going to be here in Portland, Oregon. And next year's International Bus Rodeo, that's ROAD Rodeo, will be hosted by TriMet here in our home region as well. We're going to be hosting both of those events in tandem in late April and early May of 2024. So here's a fantastic opportunity to bring the transit community here to our region. And we will definitely be, I definitely encourage our board members to participate, and we will definitely be inviting our partners and stakeholders within the region to participate in these events as well. And then finally, we will be hosting in September 13th through 14th of next year the Latinos in Transit Conference. They have an annual leadership conference. That's a relatively new organization that's had some very rapid growth within the nation, and we will be happy to host them here in Portland, Oregon in September of next year. And again, I encourage my board to look into opportunities to get involved. Don't be surprised if you get pinged to get on a panel. Certainly, you'll have opportunities to come interact with some of our transit leaders throughout the country. And I'm happy to report we're going to have some fantastic faces from the Latino side of the transit industry throughout the country, all coming here to visit our region and get to know us. And as Mayor Stoval mentioned, spend copious amounts of dollars at our businesses. Very thrilled for that, yes. And now I'd like to stop there, and happy to, before I turn it over to General Manager Dessou, if anyone on the board has comments or questions about the conference report, I'd be happy to do my best to answer them. All right, with that, I'll take your silence as enthusiastic willingness to be involved in the conference hostings next year. And now I'd like to turn the mic on over to our General Manager Dessou for his monthly performance report. General Manager Dessou.
Morning, President Gonzalez, members of the board, elected officials, our community partners that are here, TriMet staff, and the public. Thank you all for being here today with us. I do want to start off by thanking our friends at the City of Gresham. Mayor, thank you for hosting us today. Really appreciate that. And we see this as a monumentous occasion and a welcome sign to recovery and renewal by being here today. So this is our second board meeting that we've held outside of the city of Portland and since the start of the pandemic. So this morning in my report, I will share some timely information with the board and all of you, an update on a Better Ed project. We will share the September ridership data, and we're going to take a look ahead at Vision 2030. I'll take a look at our 2023 third quarter performance report, and that will be from July of this year through September. And then we'll share some timely information about our Honored Citizen Fair and a busy fall enrollment season. And then we'll provide the results of TriMet's latest financial statement audit by Eide Bailey. And then finally, we'll celebrate our finance team for a recent award and really share about receiving another effort in which TriMet is receiving accolades from our peers across the country. So I'll start with a major milestone, a Better Ed Max project. TriMet reopened our Max Red Line on Sunday, ending the longest, and I'll state this again, the longest planned service disruption in agency history. As you remember, we started out 126 days ago, shut down back in June, and it was a long disruption for our riders, but a necessary one as we completed an incredible amount of work. Among that, we have a newly renovated MAG station at the Portland International Airport, and trains are heading into and out of the stations now, and we have a new mile-long section of double-wide track where there was a single track before. The new double-wide track is a vital part of the project, along with improvements being made just north of Gateway Transit Center. It will increase reliability for the Red Line and the entire MAG system. And we look forward to completing the entire project, including expansion of 10 stations west into Hillsborough and wrapping up next August. I would like to turn to September ridership. TriMet provided just under 5.3 million rides in September. That puts our weekly system ridership at 66.5% of pre-pandemic levels for September. Our weekly system ridership is up about 11% over this time last year. Next, I'd like to thank you all for the feedback and the brainstorming that we had at our board strategy session earlier this month. We took that information, and just last week, I held a 4-hour marathon session with our executive team to continue the work that we took from the board on our guiding framework for Vision 2030. At the board's retreat in November, we plan on bringing you and we plan on bringing aboard our attitude and awareness survey, and that will give the board a glimpse into how the community and our riders perceive us. All of that plays a role as we use the data to drive our direction for Vision 2030. And while today you'll get an overview of our safety and security efforts, we plan on having a more robust discussion at our board retreat in 2 weeks. After all of that, we will work with our agency directors, our managers in the coming months to really further expand planning and employ our employee involvement in Vision 2030. We're well on our way, and I'm grateful for the board's work last week, a week before last, and the excitement that's around this initiatives. So now I want to turn our focus to our third quarter system performance report, and we're going to feature July, August, and September. While I'm giving an update, Miles Crumley, if you can come up. Miles is our Manager of Service Performance and Analysis. Our quarterly performance report provides a snapshot of maintenance and reliability of our transit system. And Miles, thank you for being here. I'll turn it over to you.
Good morning. Excuse me. Good morning, TriMet Board. As Sam said, I'm Miles Crumley. I'm the Manager of Service Performance and Analysis, here to present the 2023 third quarter quarterly performance report. Next slide, please. So overall, our ridership has been trending up since the start of the pandemic. During 2023 quarter three, we saw about 16 million rides over those 3 months combined. Next slide, please. Bus on-time performance since the start of the pandemic has been trending downwards, but is actually on its way back up. As even though traffic levels have started to increase, we've actually seen an increase in on-time performance on our bus service. Next slide, please. Max on-time performance, the red line there identifies when the passenger smoking events begin to occur on our transit system. Since then, on-time performance on Max has gone downwards, but it's starting to go back up throughout the rest of the quarter. Next slide, please. West on-time performance, in the data world, we call this flat. There more or less isn't really a change. Their on-time performance has been about the same, about 94.1%. Next slide, please. Rail rule violations are trending up a little bit. We saw the same amount of rail violations between quarter 2 and quarter 3 at 98.3. ATS is automatic train stop. Those signal and speed trips are the highest number of rail violations that we have. Next slide, please. Fixed route mean distance between failure for bus has been a little bit down, but for the last couple of quarters has actually been flat. Right now we're seeing that engine failures were a large portion of our failures during that quarter, as well as climate control systems. Remember, it's during the summer, and so we would see some climate control failures during that time period. Next slide. Max light rail, again, I would consider this pretty flat. Max light rail mean distance between failure is about 9,142. Again, propulsion failures are the largest number of failures that we see. Next slide. Fixed route bus collisions have been trending up. Mirror strikes make up about 44% of our collisions. Our buses are pretty wide, so again, that's what we see performance-wise there. Next slide. Max light rail collisions, again, because of the amount of ridership on Max compared to the mileage that we actually operate, one collision will cause this rate to move up a little bit higher than others. However, we are seeing a slight trend upwards, but it is starting to come back down. Next slide. Fixed route employee safety events have been on a downward trend, so we saw about 0.3 per 100,000 boardings for 2023 quarter 3. Next slide. For Max light rail employee safety events, these are also trending downwards. We saw 0.4 per 100,000 boardings in quarter 3. Next slide. We'll move over to Lyft. Lyft on-time performance for pickup and appointments are actually up on-time performance-wise. The cab service, there has been a slight downturn on that, but again, overall, it's a pretty flat trend for the last 3 quarters. Next slide. Lyft miles between roll calls have been going down, but there are some plans in place to bring that number back up to where it was back in Q1 2023. Next slide. Questions?
Thank you, Miles. Maybe we'll bring you back up if the board has questions once I finish the general manager's report on that. Next, I'd like to highlight some recent accomplishments of our FAIR programs and outreach teams. They've been working very hard to get the word out about our honored citizen reduced fare and signing up people to qualify for it. I want to say that September was a banner month for TriMet. It was our 3rd highest month for enrollments since we began qualifying people to ride for less based on their income back in 2018. The spike in interest and enrollment was largely driven by students and higher education. Portland State, Portland Community College, Mount Hood College were all back on campus and back to class last month. We held a 3-day enrollment event at Portland State. That alone saw 253 people sign up. There are currently more than 22,000 with active registrations for reduced fare based on income. And that's more than, if you look at the Moda Center, that's more than the Moda Center can hold. And we're not stopping there to get more people signed up on programs which allows for unlimited rides for just $28 a month. We're hosting pop-up registration events. The next one is coming up on Saturday in Tigard, just as well as in Gladstone. So we have information about those events and other events at trimet.org/income. People can also apply for Honored Citizen Reduced Fare right there on the web, on our web page as well. Now I'd like to introduce a representative from Eide Bailey, our CPA firm. Ahmad Garabi is a partner with Eide Bailey, who is here today to present the results of the internal or external financial statement audit. This is Eide Bailey's 2nd year working on our financial statement audit related to financial compliance. And I'm thrilled to say that the outcome of this year's audit and finalization of the financial statement resulted in good news, a clean, unmodified opinion. Ahmad, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Good morning. We are the external auditors for the district. With me on the engagement was myself, my senior manager, and 2 managers also participated on this job alongside with some seniors and staff. Next slide, please. And so the scope of the audit is to ensure that the financial statements are fairly stated in accordance with accounting and reporting standards. They call them generally accepted accounting standards. Along with that, the district is a government, so it receives federal funding, and that's another area that we tested as well. And along with that, you are required to have certain agreed upon procedures related to your ridership. We're working with Miles on the NTD reporting alongside with some state funding that comes from the STIF. We also issue a report on internal controls. And so I'm going to describe how we did the audit this year. Again, it's the scope of the audit is to ensure that the financial statements are fairly stated. It's not a 100% test. What we do is we test material transactions and material amounts that are reported on the financial statements. It's a reasonable assurance. It's not an absolute assurance. We also look at the internal controls. We look at the receipts, manner that you process receipts, procurement, contracting, payroll, various aspects within the financial statements. And along with that, you receive federal funding. Section 5307 is the most significant of which, and so that's something that we always test on an annual basis. Next slide, please. And so we split the audit into, I want to say, 3 phases, maybe 4 phases. We come in the interim. We take a look at the internal controls. We take a look at the manner that you process receipts, your fair revenue accounting, payroll, disbursements, accounts payable. We like to see segregation. We like to see reviews in there. And then we wait for management to close the books, and we come in after the fact. We come in August. It's a confirmation process. We confirm various numbers that are reported on your financial statements. And again, it's the material transactions, material amounts that are reported on your financial statements. And then management drafts the financial statements, and we work with management to ensure that these statements meet the accounting and reporting requirements, the generally accepted accounting principles. We did actually opine maybe about a couple of weeks ago now, since we completed the audit. Next slide, please. And so I'm pleased to let you know that we issued a clean opinion on these financial statements. They call it an unmodified opinion on the financial statements. We report no significant deficiencies or material weaknesses in the internal control. And as I mentioned, we test federal and state compliance, so we're required to report if there were instances of non-compliance, which we did not detect any. Same thing with federal funding, compliance as well. And again, it's all governments in Oregon must adhere to the specific code for reporting, and so that's another item that we looked at. Very similar to the government auditing standards that we just tested, previously reported on. We're required to report instances of non-compliance or any internal control deficiencies in there. Next slide, please. So significant items to report this year. GASB statement number 96, it's an accounting change. It's an accounting standard change. They've been changing these standards quite a bit over the past few years. So a couple of years ago, they had the leases, and the district did implement those on their financial statements. And then this time, it's related to subscription-based information technology. It's just a number that gets brought up to the balance sheet on your financial statements. I do want to call your attention to the fact that these financial statements has a couple of numbers that are an estimate. They are a significant estimate. They are material numbers on the financial statements, and they're related to pension, your pension liability, and your OPEB liability. So actual results may not come out to be as is, and that's the that normal way of doing estimates. Next slide. And so we implement the element of unpredictability in here, and so we rotate the audit procedures. We spend more time on certain areas, and this year we looked at the internal controls related to revenue recognition, how you recognize your grant funding especially. And then the other area that we looked at is the ATP and the LIFT program. This is a common, I'm going to say, difficulty that transit districts typically have. So we performed additional audit procedures there. We spent some time in looking at the processes that the district has. And again, it's just making sure that there is a review process, that the district is paying for the services that it receives with respect to those programs. And so we sat with that department and looked at the procedures that they did, and I'm pleased to let you know that it did pass, and we had no exceptions with respect to that department as well. And with that, I'll be more than happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, and I'll take over the mic for just a sec to say forward. Would you like to bring any questions? Thank you, General Manager Dessou.
Thank you all. Thank you. So we'll continue on. I want to bring some more great news. So thank you. This morning, I'm happy to announce to the board and to the public that our finance team has earned an Excellence Award. The Government Finance Officers Association, which is known as the GFOA, has honored TriMet as one of the 6 recipients of the 2023 Award for Excellence. This award highlights the work that brings leadership to the profession and promotes improvements in public finance. This was our first year applying for the award for the recognition. So I'd like to congratulate our Chief Financial Officer, Nancy Young Oliver, along with Les Spittler. You guys could stand up to be recognized. Thank you very much. Yeah. Continue to set the bar high for public finance, and I can't thank you enough for your hard work and dedication. And then finally this morning, board, I'd like to call Michael Kaiser, if he's here, to the front. John Gardner, you could come up as well. And Les Spittler, if you could just come up to the table. TriMet was honored at the Public Transportation Association Transform Conference a few weeks ago, and I was proud and humbled to accept APTA's inaugural Inclusive and Collaboration Award, which is here, and I'll be able to share it here with everybody in just a moment. Michael Kaiser served as TriMet's project director for Division Transit Project. He worked closely with Raymore Construction from start to finish. Raymore is a disadvantaged business enterprise. At the time of the project, brought in an additional DBE, including companies like Advanced Tribal, for subcontracting and other work. This result was a record-setting DBE participant in the project, with a total of 82% of the work completed by a disadvantaged minority or women-owned business. That's inclusive collaboration in practice. And I'd like to share the video that was played at the American Public Transportation Association award ceremony. So please play the video.
My earliest memory of public transit was riding with my mother to her appointments. She was on dialysis. When I think of public transit, the feeling I get is to give back.
Division Transit Project connects downtown to the outer regions of our metro area. It goes through diverse communities.
It's going to affect their lives. It's going to connect them with opportunities.
When we leverage these major public projects to grow diverse workforce, create economic empowerment, these are things that contribute to long-term sustained success of our communities.
We awarded the largest contract to a DBE in the state of Oregon.
65% of all our employees from top to bottom are people of color or women. For the community, for our employees, it just means a lot across the board.
I really didn't even have the Division Transit Project on my radar. It was above my level. To see an organization like Raymore that have made it through those obstacles turn and give that hand up. We're looking at future work with ODOT, TriMet, and City of Portland. It's been a solid stepping stone for our company and our community.
As I grow others. As they grow others. Everybody wins. That's y'all's economy.
There was something in Jeff Moreland's ethic, his willingness to be vulnerable and to talk about challenging subjects so that we could develop an intentionality together that makes a difference.
I could not be prouder to thank our teams, our contractors. And I just want to thank APTA for recognizing the dedication of the men and women that work here. This is how life moves.
And I do believe that, board. This is how life moves. I want to openly recognize Michael Kaiser for his dedication to inclusion to our projects. Also want to acknowledge John Gardner, TriMet's Chief Inclusion, Diversity, and Equity Officer, along with Les Spittler, our Director of Procurement and Supply Chain Management, for their ongoing efforts to increase our engagement with minority-owned and disadvantaged businesses. So I want to just say congratulations.
If I may add, General Manager Dessou, with a project as large as the FX line As it's been mentioned throughout this meeting as a robust amenity to our community, something that helps connect us throughout the region. It's a lot of people involved that are behind the scenes that make that kind of work possible. But today's recognition, I think, captures one of the more interesting and, to me, amazing parts of the story of the project. It's not just what we build to serve the public, but it's how we build and how it helps bring the public up along with us, that this project exemplifies. At the end of the story, we have a fantastic service line, but the making of it has actually lifted up companies like Raymore Construction and Advanced Tribal, and all of the individuals, the men and women that have worked on those projects. It's given them a source of pride in our community, and for the rest of their lives and well after, there's going to be something they can point to and say, I did that. And it's one of my favorite things about being involved in construction. So thank you to the other side of that equation, all of the vendors and the construction company, the electricians and the welders that got up every day to get that work done. It's your perseverance and showing up that makes a contract like this truly successful. So thank you to all of those out there, as well as to those on staff that we're recognizing today that got that ball rolling.
Thank you very much, President. Two quick points I would just like to point out before I conclude today. I'm sorry that Deborah, she's not here, but I hope that staff caught her before going out the door. Our security response teams, they do have Narcan, and we are using it now. So want to just make sure that I let the public know our teams are doing that. There was a lot of training that was going on, but they are deployed with Narcan. And then the second point, the comment that was made by John Carr for his testimony about safety on Powell Boulevard. I know we've had some crashes and different situations of fatalities there, and this is absolutely our highest priority, that we want to make sure that we let John and the public know that we share in your interest in making the roadways safe for people to walk, also to travel to and from. But I want to give the board just a couple of points about what's going on here. In connection with the very early planning of our Division Transit project, it kind of laid the foundation for the FX2 division line with TriMet, Metro, ODOT, and the City of Portland. And we proposed a number of safety improvements on the Powell Division corridor that would improve access to transit. So TriMet is responsible for delivering one package of these improvements with funding from the statewide Transportation Improvements Program. And this includes the crossing improvements at multiple intersections on Powell. But unfortunately, we encountered a number of hurdles as we've been moving forward. Not just the pandemic and staffing challenges, but also changing requirements and the permitting process of the owners of these roadways. So TriMet doesn't own the roadways. So we're working with both PBOT and ODOT to get permitted so that we can move forward. So our staff is really collaborating closely with our partners at both of these agencies here. And I do believe that all understand the urgency of building these safety improvements. It's a priority for TriMet. So with that, that concludes my report.
Thank you, General Manager DeSue, for addressing those comments directly today. Does anyone on the board have comments or questions for General Manager DeSue? Yes, Director Wade.
Hello.
It's this one. It's yeah.
Hello. Thank you.
There we go.
Hi. Okay. Okay. Thank you. I know that was a. Oh, it's okay. All right. Thank you. Teamwork here in action. Thank you. I know that was a really robust presentation, and so thank you, General Manager DeSue. I just have a few questions around the last quarter's performance presentation, because I know that was a lot of data, and thank you for that presentation, but it was also like, wow, okay, there was a lot of slides, and so I'm just trying to make sense of some of the numbers as to why we're seeing, you know, some increases and some dips in some of the data points. So, sorry, I hate to call people on the spot, but welcome. So I guess my overall question was, you know, sometimes we see trends upwards, downwards, right? So this is just a general comment. But I think for me it would be helpful, and I don't know how others feel, to maybe have another line that says, like, this is our ideal, right? Like, because I think in a lot of those slides, and I don't know if we can go back to page 7 in particular for people to see the visual, but it was like, you know, like this could have been better, but as a board member, I'm like, okay, by how much, you know, or what are we comparing these percentages to? Excellent. So slide 7, I think, had this, but the other slides didn't have that kind of dotted line across. So that would, for me, just be really helpful, again, just to compare, right? Like, what are we trying to strive towards? So that was just a general comment. And then the other thing that I wanted to also point out is just really the effect of climate change. And I really appreciate a lot of the testimony that was offered around just, you know, how we're dealing with the climate crisis right now. And in these particular months of this quarter, July, August, September, Oregon saw triple-digit degrees, right? Everywhere in our state, but particularly in the Portland metro area. And so I guess, and I know that we have been, through partnership with the state and different service agencies, have been offering free rides to cooling centers, et cetera, those places. So I think for next year, this is more of like a next year's thing, is to kind of see, like, how are we, what's the data, right, around some of those high temperature days, because I know that sometimes ridership can go up, can go down, but I just feel like as, you know, the climate crisis continues and we are going to see hotter and hotter days in the summer, as well as more wildfires starting early, it would be really important, I think, to layer that piece to the performance piece. So I don't know if that makes sense, but I think there's just a direct connection and a correlation between all the things that we're seeing, you know, in our environment and these metrics that we're also trying to measure.
It does make sense, and just to let you know, we've captured the information and we will add that to the report.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Way. Thank you, Director Way. Director Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question was regarding Lyft. I know we contract to a third party, and I'm just concerned because we've had a lot of challenges with Lyft and service that we have for those Lyft clients, as well as the policy that we have. And I'd like to get informed on what the policy is now in regard to. I recently received a correspondence from actually from a doctor that was concerned because we have cancer patients that have to be at their destination on time, and they have to be there. You know, they can't be late because it just throws off everything. And so I just want to know what our policy is on that, and how often do we audit that third party that is providing Lyft service for us?
Thank you, Director Edwards. Eileen Collins, I'm the Director of Accessible Transportation Programs for TriMet, and I oversee the Lyft program. So that is a great question. Our policy is that we will allow customers to either book for an appointment time or a pickup time. So if they're booking their trip to dialysis, for example, or chemo or radiation with an appointment time, our goal is to get them there at least 15 minutes before the start of their appointment. And that's why we see in our on-time performance numbers, our on-time for appointments is higher than our on-time for pickups. And we really prioritize getting customers to those medical appointments on time about 94% of the time. So our goal is to get everyone to every appointment on time. But in that measure, on time is at least 15 minutes before the appointment. So if they're there 5 or 10 minutes before the appointment, we just want to make sure no one misses an appointment. That's critical for us.
Thank you.
And as far as auditing, we evaluate on a daily, weekly, and monthly basis where we have those outliers in service, because capacity constraints for paratransit can be seen in hold times when customers call to reserve a trip, or our service performance, whether it's our contracted service with TransDev or a cab provider or any of our other supplemental providers. So we're evaluating that to make sure that we don't have customers in one part of the service district. For example, if they're in Forest Grove or Estacada, they're not having a disparate service delivery model from customers who are in the central business district. So we make sure that everyone is receiving equitable service and we don't have any outliers. So that is a constant metric that we are keeping our eyes on.
I guess too, thank you very much. I guess too, though, I think we would like to see some kind of onboarding, I guess I would say, in regards to when we start using third parties, so they understand what TriMet is about, because we're a different organization, and we do have a different client base, but also we make sure that we're trying to make it usable and friendly for everyone, and make sure that it's efficient as well. And a lot of times when we're doing business with a third party, I think they conceive it as just a business opportunity, and we need to get that clear with them up front, I think. So, but thank you for that.
Thank you, Director Edwards. And I'd simply like to add that this is an example of our constituents, our board, and our staff, and our third-party vendors really working together to respond to needs as they come up in the daily operations of the system. We had some information sent by a constituent to the board asking about some of the policies affecting the use of Lyft services, and thank you to staff and thank you, Director Edwards, for bringing that forward as well. Clearly, we are all in the common pursuit for excellence in service, and how we uncover those opportunities to do better, they come from all directions. And it's great to see when staff is responsive, when the board is responsive, and when our constituents and our riders bring those opportunities forward. So thank you to the public, to the board, and to staff on being able to respond to how we can meet the highest and best standard available for service.
Absolutely.
All right, are there any other comments or questions? Thank you. Director Frisbee and then Director Kellogg.
Thank you. First, Miles, thank you for, I know it's hard to put a lot of data together in ways that make it digestible for all of us. So thank you. This represents a lot of work and we appreciate it. I am doing possibly the dangerous thing where I'm going to ask for like reasons behind the data, and so you can tell me. But I had some questions around both the bus on time performance and then the employee safety pieces. That might end up being an Andrew question. But looking at bus on time performance, it's both as we have returned. Thank you so much, Felicia. No, back, 2 more back. I think. Nope, like further back. But as we've returned to traffic on the roads, it's interesting to me a little bit further back still, Felicia. I'm sorry. Forward from that. Nope. There we go. I was surprised to see on-time performance going down throughout the course of the pandemic when we didn't have as much traffic on the roads. And then also excited to see it go up, but also a little bit surprised given that we know from the data that ADT traffic is really back on the roads. And Nessa, you may be able to answer some of these. Can you both talk to me or talk to us about some of the factors going into the on-time performance numbers right now?
All right, so at the start of the trend that you're observing at the start of the pandemic all the way up through 2023 Q3, we had a shortage of employees. And so when we don't have operators, we now have to basically pull from the extra board, so those buses leave late. So when in the transit, just on transit data side, we want people to leave the terminal on time, right? So the probability you leave on time, the more likely you arrive at the end of the line on time. So obviously, if we're having to dispatch buses and employees from a garage to get to the end of the line, they might not be on time. so that explains that trend.
Additionally, thank you, Director Frisbee, and Nessa Vitko, Executive Director of Transportation. When we're looking at on-time performance, we also look at early. And so if something is running early, it's also not on time. And so during the pandemic, there was a decrease in traffic. And so slowly you have to work the schedules out to balance that out. And so that also impacts our on-time performance, because you never want a bus to show up before the people are there to pick it up, right? So that is another contributing factor to that.
Thank you both. Can I ask another question? Sorry. May I ask another question, President Gonzalez? Thank you. The employee safety slides at the end felt a little, I was pleased to see that those safety numbers are improving, particularly I'm assuming for a lot of our operators. And it also, this is the sort of classic anecdata piece where that doesn't align with what I think we hear from a lot of folks who are writing the system. And from some of our operators who report more incidents and more concern. How do we, other than telling us to rely on data, because data is real and anecdotes are anecdotes, how do you think about reconciling those two things? Andrew, musical chairs.
Yeah. No, thank you, Director Frisbee, and good morning. You're going to hear a lot from me this morning on some of this score and others, but we have been tracking a downward trend in employee assault and employee disturbance and just security disturbances on the trains. And it tracks our security presence increases, which again, I think validates that strategy of getting more presence out in the system. You've heard that we now have over 315 security professionals. That's double what it was last year. So as we've increased in presence, you've seen some of these numbers come down, and you'll hear more about that from me in this report, but that is an accurate number. Sometimes you'll hear from folks out in the system, their perception of safety is still really rough. And so that's work that we need to do to remind them of the increases we've done, and we still have more work to do. But a lot of times, you know, we need to make sure that those folks are actually out there on the system writing and understanding how those things are being impacted as well. The other thing is every time you have a high profile event, that attacks perception of safety out in the system too. And so that's something we're all working against and you know, pushing a boulder up a hill there. So, yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you, Director Frisbee. Director Kellogg.
Thank you, President Gonzalez. My first question relates to slide 8 in the quarterly performance, rail rule violations per million miles. So as you take a look at the trend on this, you see it goes up and down a little bit, but I noticed for the last 2 quarters, we've been well above anything reported over the last 3 years. And while being high 1 quarter would be understandable for whatever reason, seeing 2 in a row where we're higher than we've been in 3 years is a bit alarming to me. So first question I would ask, and I'm not sure who's responsible for answering this, how are rail rule violations established? Is that software? Is it automatic? Is it self-reported? How are those violations calculated?
So if you'll go to the slide, please. Yes, thank you. So there was a change in methodology, which I believe I referenced in the actual report. There was a change in the methodology for the previous 2 quarters. And so that change, there's actually more attention to identifying when these evaluations occur. So when some of the real violations come in through an automatic sensor, however, others are reported by the actual operator, right? Because they have to get permission in order to move the vehicle. And if they did something to violate a rule, that's when it would be identified, because that's when they have to get the permission. So because of the new data collection process that we're using, we have observed a higher number of rail rule violations. At the same time, we also have a lot of brand new rail operators. And so there are some activities within training and rail transportation themselves, which I'm sure Nessa will tell you about, to mitigate those particular things, but that explains why those 2 numbers are the same.
Thanks, Miles. You pretty much said what I was going to say.
Okay, so second question on that, given, you know, there's a little difference in calculating, we're seeing consistently the same problem. What are the remedial steps that we take for any particular operator that has a number of violations? Do they go back to training? How do we handle that?
So the rule violations have a level of severity associated to them. So our action that's taken at the time of the rule violation is dependent on what that is. So there may be a minor, I'll use a major violation would be opening the doors off platform, right? It's a very serious incident that could happen. And in those scenarios, we take that operator out of service at the time, and they're talked through, and then they go through an additional training. We also are working actively for some of the more minor ones to put in additional advance warnings. So we have flagging systems that are in place. So if you're coming up on a slow order, for instance, we want to increase visibility of those. And so currently our new director of rail operations has been working with our safety team to implement some of those things to help prevent those in advance. Obviously with rule violations in particular, on rail, we want to prevent them, and we don't want to have to go to a position where they happen at all, or we have to move into disciplinary action. So it just depends on the severity of the incident. Some of the more minor incidents might be a signal trip where they just roll maybe an inch over the signal, and that trips it to let us know that they went over that. They usually get met with by a supervisor at that time, but if it happens like a second time in the same day, they are pulled from service, and they get, again, there's conversation, and then depending on their record of that, there might be additional training that goes into that. So it's a multi-tiered approach depending on the performance of the operator and the severity of the incidents.
Okay, well, thank you for that answer. The system sounds like it's working. When our next quarterly report comes out, my eye is going to be on that number, and my expectation is, I'm sure yours is to see something lower.
Yes, sir.
Great, thank you. My second question, General Manager DeSue, relates to our monthly performance report. That's at the very end of your board packet. We talked about this in August, and I see the same thing again, where monthly ridership increased 10.2%, but revenue only increased 2.04%. So is that an expected correlation that as ridership goes up, that revenue would only follow 20% by that, or is there something else at work here? When we talked about this in August, there were free rides for high schoolers and some fare evasion, but we couldn't really put our finger on what it was. So what are we looking at for the month of September?
Go ahead, Nancy, come on up, the CFO, and then I'll chime in after she answers this question directly.
Good morning. Thank you, Director Kellogg, for the question. You've touched on a couple components that affect the revenue in the door versus ridership. And of course, one of those things is that during the summer, we provided for students, a pass for students that was subsidized on our program through the STIF program. And those funds are, in our wallet. Okay, so you're not seeing the passenger fares in the traditional sense. So that's one of the big components, and we actually have a presentation that we were going to be bringing in one of the upcoming board meetings that fully extrapolates the key components of why there's a difference in the ridership compared to the fare revenues. You do have another component is that our institutional participation. So some of our bigger accounts or those institutional accounts, when you're not bringing employees back into the office, they don't have as big of a need as what they did yesterday. So that's also one of the components that takes the revenues down when you're looking at the passenger fare category. So those are, I would say, the two largest components. But again, we have a full presentation that will be coming to the F&A committee and then to the board coming up.
Okay, thank you for that. So on the employer program, don't they pay per employee, and it really regardless of how often the employees use the pass?
Yes, but they choose the level of engagement as well. So whether they renew that program or not, and to what extent they renew it based on the number of employees that they have.
Okay, excellent. Well, I will look forward to that that report. And did you have anything to add, Sam?
Yeah, I think your point is clear, and we're digging into all of the numbers currently right now, and part of that conversation was going to be, we're going to meet specifically with each board member just to give a full update there and a full explanation at probably the December board meeting on that.
Okay, thank you. My final comment is just my annual, or actually monthly now, beating on the drum about safety and security. I know we heard we're going to have a report in November. I very much look forward to that and implementing some actions so that we can see some improvement in those numbers. But what's happened to me over the last month or so is that because I've opened my big mouth at these board meetings, I've had a number of people reach out to me anecdotally about their experiences. And again, it's only anecdotal evidence. It's not system-wide, but some of the things that I'm hearing are not good. The kind of person that we want to ride TriMet, that relies on it for work and for other things, but if they have other options, they're now choosing those other options. So we get climate problems, we get all sorts of other traffic problems, and in a way we are almost dissuading people who want to ride TriMet from riding it just on that single basis. And so again, I just want to stress the importance that I believe that this has on our system and on our performance as an organization. So thank you.
Just want to respond. Today we're going to have a little bit of a conversation around the annual security report, and that will be at the end as a discussion to where we're going to touch on quite a few of the things that you brought up. Also at our November 8th board meeting, we're going to bring back to the board the attitude and awareness survey from customers and their perception of us, and we're going to talk in great detail about that and some of the things that we're doing to, again, change that image that you're talking about.
Thank you, Director Kellogg, and to all of the board members for the inquisitive questions. Clearly, I think I wouldn't want this to get lost in the noise of all of the data sets, but the mega trend I don't want to get lost on us is that we are expanding our service, we are growing our ranks, and we are hiring. And all of those things are showing up in those data sets. And so I encourage those who have even thought about joining TriMet to look into it, because whether it's operating maintenance or on the office side, we have a lot of opportunities right now. And it's a great place to work for, last I checked. All right, are there any other comments or questions from our board? Oh, yes, Director Frisbee? I can't tell who, oh, Director, okay. Thank you. Thank you. Any other comments, questions? All right. Thank you very much, General Manager Dessou. Are there others? I don't want to cut you short. Are there other items on your report today?
Well, that concludes our report.
All right. Well, thank you very much. And with that, I'd like to turn us now to the consent agenda. Items appearing on the consent agenda are considered routine and may be approved by the board in one blanket motion. And this morning, the consent agenda includes two items. We've got the approving of the minutes of our last meeting from September 27th, and we have a resolution directing that the reading of all ordinances be by title only. We have the second reading and a vote on Ordinance 375 later on today's agenda. Just wanted to add. Does any director wish to have any item removed from the consent agenda? I see no motion to that effect. So I'd like to ask if there is a motion to approve the items contained in the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a move and a second. Before we vote, any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? All right, motion carries. Now, we're going to move into the resolutions. The first resolution to come before the board this morning is resolution number 23-10-51, and this is for approving the employment agreement with the general manager and authorizing the board president to sign it. I would like to speak to this resolution now. At our board meeting last month, we approved the general manager's FY23 performance appraisal, which concluded that General Manager Sam Dessou had met or exceeded all of the performance objectives that the board had set out for him for the previous year. As several of us noted last month, we were fortunate to have such an experience and having a dedicated, high-performing general manager leading this agency. We also heard from Tracy Bean, a partner at the independent consulting firm Mercer, regarding the results of the national market study that Mercer performed around executive salaries, including the general managers. The presentation was discussed the silver tsunami, for those that have heard it termed that way, which refers to the retirement and the resignation that has occurred across many industries, but of course the transit industry is no exception. During the pandemic, there was a large exodus within our workforce, and that included a lot of executive positions. And it created some stiff competition for seasoned and high-performing chief executives. And the outcome of that has been an overall increase in salaries for transit CEOs, as well as longer contract terms. That's a national trend, and we're not absolved of that here in our region. And following that presentation, the board approved that the Mercer Market Study had set a new salary range for the general manager's position. And that range had a minimum of $329, a midpoint of $412, and a maximum of $494 as an annual salary. Following that action, the board authorized me to commence negotiations with our general manager, DeSue, for a new employment contract. Now, I entered in those negotiations, and I had Mercer's market study. I had knowledge of General Manager DeSue's performance over the last 2.5 years, and I had, as the public has, the record of Mr. DeSue's current annual salary, which had been set at $365. I also consulted with TriMet's Executive Director of Labor Relations and Human Resources, and the goal of that was to confirm that whatever TriMet offers to General Manager DeSue remains competitive, and that we maintain leadership continuity for the foreseeable future as we all work towards accomplishing Vision 2030. With such important work in the years ahead of us, I thought, continuity would be very important to our agency. And under your authority, I negotiated with the general manager to reach the terms of the agreement and established a new employment agreement, which is attached as Exhibit A to this resolution. And the highlights of the contract for the public and for my fellow board members include a new employment term that would be starting November 1st of this year and going out until June 23rd, 2029, which is a term of roughly 5 years, at an annual salary set at $412 with a 4% merit increase in recognition of the fiscal year 2023 performance. And by approving this resolution, the board will authorize me to sign the employment agreement with General Manager DeSue that is attached as Exhibit A. And now, at this time, I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. And TriMet's Executive Director of Labor Relations and Human Resources, Kim Sewell, as well as TriMet's Director of Compensation, Julie Roston, are also here. So at this time, I'd like to open up the floor if there are any questions or comments from the board. And barring any questions or comments from the board, I'd like to ask for a motion to approve resolution number 23-10-51.
So moved.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Director Edwards and Director Way. Now, does anyone here wish to make any comment before we move to a vote? Oh, yes, Director Way.
Sorry, did it really quick. I just, again, reiterated this at the last board meeting, but just really want to thank Sam for his steady leadership and during the pandemic and guiding us out of the pandemic, and especially in these next couple of critical years as we're trying to build our ridership and, again, be really, creative, but also forward-thinking about what is possible for public transit in our region. So thank you, Sam.
Director Edwards and then Director Frisbee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also want to thank General Manager DeSue for your work, your past work, but also continuing to make a commitment going forward. And I also want to thank President Gonzalez for negotiating the contract. Thank you very much for your diligence as well.
Thank you. Director Frisbee.
Director Wade broke the logjam, and now we all have to speak, so thank you. I want to highlight one thing that I think is really important about this contract, which is that it's for 6 years. And as we as a board, and I know all the staff and people at TriMet have been working on Vision 2030, which is, I think, a really important plan for how we bring this agency to the next level to address the needs of our community. And that is a big undertaking, and it's a long-term undertaking. And so I am very glad that we have consistent leadership so that we can all work together to double down on that. So thank you. I also would like to thank President Gonzalez, because I know that this was a lot of work. And Director DeSue, obviously deeply appreciative of your leadership and look forward to having it for the next 6 years as we get to that 120 million rides.
Thank you, Director Frisbee. Any others? I will not resist the temptation to add some comments. We have some very important work ahead of us, and as I mentioned earlier, we have the luxury of having a very dedicated staff who really want to see this work. They really care about public transit. They care about public service, and they are stemming through some turbulent waters of change to be able to navigate how to put TriMet back on the place it has been in the past of being a system that we're all very happy and proud to be a part of, and something that we talk up when we are outside of our region. And we look forward to having that continue to be a source of pride and joy, of livability and opportunity within the region. And a big part of that will be ensuring that we have, through those turbulent waters, a good captain at the helm. So I'm really excited to have your continued commitment to the agency, Sam, and as you've seen in our early discussions about the next year's performance objectives, we do have some important work ahead of us. And I think getting the buy-in of our partners, communicating the triumphs, the small successes we've made up until now with safety and security are all part of that. And of course, expanding service, responding to the needs of our community are all part of that. And so I'm really excited to be able to look to the years ahead. I really look forward to greater improvement, greater reliability, greater on-time performance, less carbon emissions, and all of those things that we can look back on as a board and as an agency to be proud of having accomplished. And so I want to encourage at this time, the board has in their packets and has had the opportunity to take a look at the coming year's performance objectives. And as we move into that discussion, I want to ensure for you and for the public's behalf that we are really looking at what a focused strategy for the coming year will be. With such big work to do, when we talk about all the way to 2030, I like to also focus on steps 1 and 2 in 2024 that have to be taken to arrive at 2030. And so I encourage the board to reach out to me and provide their feedback around the performance objectives. I'll be happy to share those with you, and if there's thoughts or comments, I welcome the opportunity to share some at this time. It is not your only opportunity. You have my email and my phone number. I highly encourage you to reach out because this work will require all of our buy-in ultimately. So, whenever you think of something, reach out to me. And if you have, if you want to hold thoughts for now, I'd like to say, if there are no other comments, let's move into a vote. Okay, Director Frisbee.
Sorry, point of order. I think this number, we have a discussion for the objectives on the agenda. Are we going to discuss those objectives then, or do you want to discuss them now?
Let's discuss them then.
Okay.
So, at this time, if we have no further comments, I'd like to move us to vote. All of those in favor of approving Resolution 23-10-51, please do so by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Any abstentions? All right, motion carries. I'll get better with that gavel. I have a little pad for it now. Okay. It's not easy work, but there's a lot of it, so at least there's that. All right. Next this morning, we have our second resolution, the board will consider resolution number 23-10-52, authorizing a contract with Fleet Fuels LLC for mobile unleaded gasoline fuel for TriMet's lift vehicles. Mr. General Manager, do you have any comments on this resolution?
President Gonzalez, members of the board, Lyft provides demand response service 7 days a week to riders with disabilities and senior riders who are not able to use our fixed route bus. In a previous board action, you approved the purchase of new vehicles to replace our aging Lyft fleet to ensure we can provide this critical service. With over 30 new vehicles already in our fleet and many more coming, we are now coming to you with a contract for fuels purchase. As we have had a small fleet of these gasoline-powered vehicles, we've managed fueling them using Pacific Pride fueling stations. However, with the number of vehicles we have and with more coming online, it makes operational and fiscal sense for us to now have a fuels contract for this fleet. So Eileen Collins, our Director of Accessible Transportation, she's going to give us an update, and I know Anessa Vitko, our Executive Director of Transportation, along with Les Spittler, our Director of Procurement and Supply Chain, they're here also to answer any questions. So, Eileen, I'll turn it over to you.
Thanks. Thanks, Sam. Good morning, President Gonzalez and members of the board. Again, while the contract before you is the fueling contract for the buses that we procured under contract approved last year, there's been a lot of conversation this morning about our climate action plan and how we want to do better moving forward. So we wanted to get in front of some of the questions that you might have and the public might have about why we are procuring unleaded fuel when so much of what we're doing is moving away from that. So I wanted to give you a brief background about the LIFT program, just to put it in framework so you can understand how our program sort of moves through the district. So LIFT is a demand response transit service called paratransit, mandated by the Americans with Disabilities Act, passed in 1990. It requires that all public transit operators provide this service to eligible members whose disability prevents them from either accessing fixed route service or navigating cognitively once on board fixed route. The service is also required to complement fixed route for days and hours of operation, including comparable on-board time. So if your trip would be 45 minutes on a bus or train, it can only be 45 minutes on board Lyft. The current Lyft fleet is funded generally by ODOT grants. ODOT funds replacement vehicles for Lyft, and that funding requires that our vehicles must be Buy America compliant, that they must be on the state of Oregon or another state's price agreement. And in order to be on the Oregon state price agreement, they must meet California Air Resource Board very strict emission requirements. And that is what we have historically purchased from. ODOT specifies that the minimum useful life for the vehicles in our fleet is 5 years or 150,000 miles. Our practical useful life, we established a decay curve for our vehicles to really make sure we were getting the most optimal use out of them, is actually about 9 years or 250,000 miles. The age of the fleet that we're currently replacing, which is 84 buses, is 12 years and 285,000 miles currently, and we'll be pushing 300,000 miles by the time the new vehicles actually go into service. Currently, our fleet is comprised of 234 cutaways that operate off of renewable diesel and 34 cutaway buses that are using unleaded fuel. That will be 84 unleaded fueled vehicles by the end of the fiscal year. And I can imagine at this point, I'm seeing some curious eyes look up. You're wondering why we are seeking unleaded gasoline when we have a zero-emission bus transition plan that's moving away from gasoline and diesel toward a zero-emission future. For that answer, we need to briefly look at the state of the industry for paratransit fleets and the vehicle service needs for Lyft. Ford, GM, and Dodge are the manufacturers of what's called the strip chassis. So the Lyft vehicles, if you've seen them around town, sort of have that boxy back end and then the operator compartment and passenger entry door in the front. That front of the vehicle where the engine compartment is and the operator sits, it then extends to the powertrain, is the strip chassis. We buy those only from Ford, GM, and Chevy, as they are the ones who've historically built those. None of those manufacturers build a diesel chassis anymore. We then send those vehicles to upfitters. Forest River is our current upfitter. I own a Forest River RV. If any of you have RVs, Forest River makes a lot of them. And that's who our upfitter is for the current fleet that we're building. So even Cummins, which is the largest diesel manufacturer in the world, has just recently announced a fuel-agnostic engine because they too are moving away from diesel. Traditional diesel and biodiesel engines, biodiesel, not renewable, burn hotter and produce higher levels of nitrogen oxide, and those do not meet very stringent California Air Resource Board emission requirements. While renewable diesel does, when renewable diesel was developed, the CARB standards were already in place, and so vehicle manufacturers moved away from the production of those diesel engines at that time. On the Oregon State Price Agreement, the only vehicles that meet CARB standards and Buy America requirements are gasoline from those three major manufacturers. Additional manufacturers are producing compressed natural gas, battery electric, and propane vehicles, but those are non-OEM options. We did evaluate at Lyft the opportunity for either compressed natural gas or propane as options for our fleet. We don't have the infrastructure in place for any of those alternative fuels. We don't even have fueling islands at our garages, which is why we have a wet hose fuel contractor. So we would need to build infrastructure for any of those alternative fuel sources as we move forward. But knowing that compressed natural gas and propane aren't necessarily the technologies of the future, we want to make sure that we're moving consistently with the agency's approach. So why not battery electric? Probably the next question you're asking. Lyft cutaways currently operate in 10-hour shifts, driving about 250 to 300 miles per day, 7 days a week. Currently available battery electric cutaways only allow for approximately 125 miles per charge. Lyft would need 2 to 3 times more cutaways as well as a commensurate number of operators in order to meet the ability of those vehicles with our service demand. Additionally, Lyft facilities would need to be expanded and substantially built out to support any alternative fuel infrastructure. However, Lyft has been expanding capacity with supplemental providers who function like transportation network companies whose drivers operate privately owned vehicles, that about 60% of those vehicles are no or low emission electric or hybrid vehicles. And this is currently 12 to 15% of our daily service. And so we're excited that as we begin to expand and fill in some of those holes in service where we have some more challenging opportunities to provide effective on-time service to customers, that we can do that with vehicles that meet the expectations of our agency. So how do we get to a no-low future for Lyft? We do that by meeting the really strict California Air Resource Board requirements. All of our new and on-order Lyft vehicles were approved for purchase again in 2022. They all meet the most stringent CARB vehicle emission standards, and they deliver a 90% reduction in allowed nitrogen oxides, which are the most significant components of harmful air pollution. Our path to no and low emission vehicles, again, starts there, but it doesn't end there. CARB adopted the first low-emission vehicle regulations in 1990, which required automobile manufacturers to introduce progressively cleaner light and medium-duty vehicles with more durable emission controls beginning in the 1994 model year. I'm not going to take you through all of the history since 1994, but those vehicles, the light and medium-duty, are exactly those vehicles used by our Lyft program. By adopting these regulations, CARB established the most stringent criteria pollutant exhaust regulations ever for light and medium duty vehicles. So if we fast forward through 2 additional installments of CARB regulations to 2012, when CARB adopted the 3rd installment, that was part of the Advanced Clean Cars rulemaking package that also includes California's zero emission vehicle regulations. These regulations include increasingly stringent emission standards for criteria pollutants and greenhouse gases for new passenger vehicles through 2025. Why is this important? Because Oregon is one of 13 states that signed on to adopt voluntarily the CARB standards, along with 12 of the truck manufacturers, Ford, GM, and Dodge being among those. So that will expand the emission allowed moving forward, and we will continue to meet those stringent requirements. And the truck manufacturers have adopted a standard of 2045 having no more diesel vehicles on the road, and we expect, with a useful life again of 9 years for our vehicles, that we will be well in advance and continue to monitor all of the technology available to ensure that we're buying the most efficient vehicles. As we look to the decarbonization of TriMet. Our agency goal is to have 100% zero emission bus fleet by 2040. We are committed to that future at Lyft, and our vehicles will be part of that solution. As we work to identify the best options for our region, Lyft is committed to employing progressive measures, including monitoring regularly the emergence and availability of renewable gasoline, which has been developed by Chevron, just waiting for it to come to the West Coast as an available option, much like renewable diesel was a cleaner option for diesel. Evaluating technology advancements like extended range for battery electric vehicles, and ensuring future vehicle replacements continue to keep us moving toward our goal while still delivering the service that our customers need and deserve. Consistent with the agency's zero-emission bus transition plan, updated in April of 2023, TriMet Lyft is working with our internal zero-emission and maintenance partners to identify, procure, and build the infrastructure to successfully operate a zero-emission fleet well in advance of 2040. The first step toward that aim as we move forward with existing vehicle replacement needs is to bring on Lyft vehicles which continue to meet those very stringent CARB emission standards in the country. Additionally, as zero-emission technologies continue to advance, we will regularly compare our Lyft vehicle and service needs to seek to adopt the best options to support our zero-emission strategy. Given an approximate vehicle life cycle of 9 years and an ongoing rolling replacement schedule, we are well positioned to employ the best technologies to meet our 2040 goal. Now, I'd like to introduce Les Spittler, who you've heard some great things about already this morning, to talk about the really exciting opportunity with this fuel vendor.
Yeah, thanks, Eileen. Good morning. Just checking the clock to make sure it's still morning. Les Spittler, Director of Procurement Supply Chain Management. I have to say it's such an honor to be sitting here between these two amazing leaders at TriMet. I really respect and admire them both. So you'll see in the resolution that we only received one proposal. And while that's not ideal, the proposal that we received is from a fantastic company called Fleet Fuels. Fleet Fuels is the only African American owned fuel distribution company in the Portland metro region. They formed in September of 2021, and when we went out for their renewable diesel mobile fueling contract in 2022, they proposed, and unfortunately they were unsuccessful. And so when we were gearing up to issue this solicitation, we did our market research. We obviously let them know, in addition to Brett Hauer, who is the company who's mobile fueling the renewable diesel vehicles, in an effort to both garner interest, get competition, but fingers crossed that Fleet Fuels would propose and be successful. So the reason why we only got one proposal is this contract is operationally really difficult. Mobile fueling is not something that's very popular or easy to do. The mobile fuel truck has to show up between the hours of 10 p.m. and 3 a.m. and the fueling window doesn't really represent a full shift. So, coming out of the pandemic, there were a lot of driver shortages and companies were struggling finding operators to operate these vehicles and take that shift window. But Fleet Fuels is a good partner, and we're excited to do business with them. I spoke to Willie Davis, the president, earlier this week, and he did commit to continuing to stay on top of things like renewable gasoline and partnering with us to look at the lowest emitting gasoline possible for these vehicles as the fleet grows. So happy to answer any questions about the procurement, but we're really excited to be able to present this award to you today.
Thank you very much. I would like to move us, before we get into discussion and questions, I'd like to move us into a motion to approve this resolution.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second? Second. Thank you. We have Director Kellogg and Director Frisbee moved and seconded. And now, let's go into discussion. Please, Director Frisbee.
I have a little bit of a crystal ball question, so I acknowledge that I'll be asking you to project things. I'm not holding you to it, but looking at our intention and goal to be zero emission by 2040, and thinking about the life cycle of these vehicles. At first, I want to acknowledge the importance of that life cycle, right? From an environmental perspective, often the most important thing that we can do is reuse and extend the life period of things that we have. But if we are purchasing these vehicles, which I know is not the question before us today, the question is about fuel. But with these vehicles and committing ourselves to a gasoline focused or gasoline reliant approach for the next 12 years. How does that, do we anticipate then that we would replace a significant majority of the Lyft fleet in 2035 in order to be zero emission by 2040? That seems like a really big fleet renewal. And from a technological perspective, I'm hoping we're there. But so just sort of, can you play that out for us so we better understand what this looks like?
Absolutely. I think I have a more optimistic answer for you than you might be anticipating. Although we have a 12-year layout, if all things remain current as they are today, which is what you have in front of you as the contract, we have endeavored to have a replacement schedule that will replace 30 vehicles per year at that 9-year useful life. So upon every procurement, we will be evaluating the best possible options to make sure that we are getting the best option for the agency and for our customers. We will also be working to get the infrastructure in place to support what that might look like, because that's a couple of years to get that in place. But every procurement will involve an evaluation of the best fueling options available. We will not wait until 2035 to do that.
So can I ask you to look into your crystal ball?
Absolutely.
And just based on the research and the work that you have all done, when do you think we might be able, again, I'm not holding you to this, but when do you think we might be able to see zero emission Lyft vehicles that meet our needs, that 250 mile?
Sure. So let me back it up just a little bit. Because of the challenges in hiring operators, we've been working really actively with our bargaining units to build routes that our operators want to work. So 410s was the most desirable route bid that we could build to really make sure that we had enough operators for service. We have opportunities to look at restructuring some of those route bids, having part-time routes that then could be supported, that are shorter runs, shorter battery life needs, and that could employ some alternative fuel types. We also have opportunities to look at maybe piloting some of these technologies as we get the infrastructure built in the next handful of years. I want to say 2 to 4 years. We have opportunities to evaluate that with even some portable charging technology if battery electric is the route that we choose to go to. So I would say well within the next 5 years we will be piloting something that will be something we'd want to look to for the long term for Lyft.
Thank you. Director Kellogg?
Yeah, I just have a brief comment. This is the first time I've met you, and I want to commend you on your presentation for anticipating our questions, providing a thorough amount of information. So thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
And I have a comment as well. Thank you for the presentation. I simply want to acknowledge that, the road to zero is not, we don't arrive there, and it's not confined to the luxury of buying things that are on the shelf and waiting for things to come online. Technology policy does not operate on our timeline. And so as you come into these opportunities or I should say, as you come into these obstacles along the journey, I strongly encourage you to elevate those to our government affairs team, to our executive team, ultimately to our board, so that we can help push that boulder up the hill. As we've learned in other areas of technological change, I remember days when solar panels were illegal for rooftops. Green roofs were illegal for rooftops because they would void the warranty. And we would never have arrived at those technologies without challenging current business standards, current insurance policies, and current technologies, frankly. And I know we do that in some instances. And so if you do come across an obstacle, whether it's an existing standard like Buy America, an existing regulation, for example, or a technological limit like renewable energy gas or electric vehicles chassis not being available. These are all opportunities for us to look back at our climate plan, identify if any of those things are putting our timeline at risk, and elevating those obstacles as something that might be something that we can actually help push the ball on. Even though it's not all our business, As a true meddlesome person, sometimes we have to go outside of our silo and let somebody know your standard is in the way of our timeline. And so I encourage you to continue to push forward on that and try to find not only the best technology, but where something doesn't exist, is to help write the problem statement so that someone in our economy can address that and create that technology. A lot of innovation is needed for us to get there. So thank you. And now I'll get off my soapbox. With that, if there are no other comments, I'll move us into a vote. All right. It's been moved and seconded. We've had our comments. We've been on our soapbox. So now I'd like to say all of those in favor of approving resolution number 23-10-52, please do so at this time by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And all opposed? Any abstentions? Seeing none, motion carries. Thank you very much. Next, this morning, the board will consider resolution number 23-10-53, authorizing a contract modification with David Evans and Associates Incorporated for design and engineering services for the Hollywood Transit Center Community and Transit Infrastructure Project. Mr. General Manager, do you have any comments on this resolution?
Thanks, President Gonzalez. Members of the board, the requested modification would add $950,000 to TriMet's existing contract with David Evans and Associate. This additional amount will be used to cover the work requested by TriMet for structural design changes for the Hollywood Transit Center project. Among those changes are adjustments to the stairway and the ramp and providing drawings for public works permit, along with other needs. However, most of the additional costs will be used to support DEA's ongoing design services during construction of this complex project. If the resolution is approved, the total value of the contract increases to $4.36 million. This contract was procured through a qualifications-based RFP process. DEA's total employee count is 971. 33% are female, 17% are minority. In addition, the firm is on track to achieve a DBE participation goal of 40 to 45% for subcontracted work on this project. TriMet has sufficient FY 2024 funds budgeted for DEA's work on the project, and your approval is strongly recommended.
Thank you very much, General Manager. At this time, before we go into discussion, I'd like to see if there's a motion to approve resolution 23-10-53.
So moved.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, thank you. Director Wade, Director Lewis for the motion and the second. All right, any discussion? Director Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think you probably know what I'm going to talk about. When you're doing your design, your architectural design, I just want to make sure that we're always in consideration of all of our folks that use the TriMet system in regards to those that have hearing disabilities or they're sight disabled as well, and certainly those that have mobility issues in regards to access. So I just hope that you would always either have someone that can that you consult in regards to those designs to make sure that we, because we spend a lot of money and we don't want to spend a whole bunch of money and leave people out. So just want to make sure that you have that consideration when you're making your doing your designs. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Edwards. And I don't see anyone else's hands raised, so I'll take the opportunity to simply acknowledge, you know, in the design side, 40% inclusion is not an easy thing to arrive at. And as we saw in our FX project that won an award recently, and as we heard in the video, showing inclusion numbers up in the 70s percentile is wild. It's kind of off. It's astronomical compared to how the market is performing otherwise. And that's on the construction side. On the design side, we're a far cry from that. We don't subcontract as much generally. And so I want to throw out my recognition to David Evans and Associates for bringing together a proposal team that has such high inclusion numbers, and I look forward to seeing the stories that come out from that process as well. That was my comment, yes. So with that, yeah, thank you for coming up.
Thank you.
So we're going to go ahead and vote. You can stick around for the vote if you'd like. All of those in favor of approving Resolution 23-10-54, oh, pardon me, 53, I jumped ahead. Please do so now by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Any abstentions? All right, motion carries. Thank you very much for sticking around. We will now consider Resolution number 23-10-54, authorizing a contract with Advanced Tribal LLC for on-call bus shelter repair, maintenance, and installation services. Mr. General Manager, your comments, please.
President Gonzalez, members of the board, at the March meeting, while you were in your role as the TriMet Contract Review Board, you approved Resolution 23-03-12. The resolution granted a contract-specific special procurement exemption for the competitive bidding process for an on-call contract for bus shelter maintenance and installation services. The exemption limited the pool of competition for the contract to the firms certified by Oregon Certification Office for Business Inclusion and Diversity. The COVID-certified contractor would assemble and install new and used shelters, remove discontinued or damaged shelters, and repair shelters and amenities on an on-call basis. TriMet currently has 1,060 bus shelters in our system. 7 firms submitted proposals, 3 moved forward in the selection process. Although the final bid prices were comparable, Advanced Tribal had the highest overall score and was selected. The firm is Native American owned and DBE MBE certified. Its workforce is 100% minority and 40% female. All the work will be self-performed. The proposed contract requests authorization of $10.2 million over a 5-year term. Such work is included in our facilities management department's annual budget, which has sufficient FY 2024 funds budgeted for project scope of work. Your approval of the resolution is recommended. Also, I have here Jeremy Rayfelt and our director, Les Spittler, is back as well to answer questions.
Yes, thank you for the presentation, General Manager Dessou. Before we get into discussion, is there a motion to approve this resolution?
So moved.
Thank you, Director Frisbee. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Director Edwards. At one point, I would love to move or second on some of these, but I happily yield the floor to my fellow board members. Now, that was my first comment. Any comments or discussion items from the board before we move to vote? All right, I'll keep going then. Unless I'm mistaken, this would be the largest prime contract we've given to a Native-owned firm in our history.
That's correct.
And I know it's an on-call contract. At this level, I think it's another fantastic milestone in the story of the TriMet journey. I don't know if anybody noticed the detail here, but Advanced Tribal was on the video we just saw, and if you noticed, the owner,
Wireless memory of public transit was riding with my mother to her.
Yes, oh goodness. The owner recognized the growth journey that project afforded them, and they recognized the partnership with Raymore Construction in helping elevate their standard of care so that they can do business with TriMet. And much like many years ago, Raymore was a subcontractor and decided to take the plunge and throw a bid in to be a prime contractor with TriMet. Look at them now. We are now seeing that story replicated with one of their subcontractors, Advanced Tribal. And it's great to see Advanced Tribal coming in, opting to submit a prime contract, and arriving to a recommendation by the staff. So I'm thrilled to see that. I can only imagine what a scary leap it must be for a business. But I'm really thrilled to see them arrive at this place, and I'm excited to see what their growth journey could be as they get more versed in doing business with TriMet. And I also want to acknowledge this would not have been possible, or I don't know that this would have been possible, had we not voted to follow Director Spittler's recommendation and to be able to provide an alternative procurement mechanism for this kind of proposal to come forward. So it takes a lot of work behind the scenes and some very creative and I'd say strong-willed and ambitious people to arrive to this moment. So I'm just excited to see it, and I'm glad you moved and seconded to do this. So I'm thrilled to support it. Oh, yes, Director Edwards.
Thank you, Chairman. I just had a question and, of staff in regard to the price proposal, how we got from the initial proposal to the numbers there, because there's a huge disparity there, and then how you got to the final.
So following the initial review of the proposals, we, as the resolution indicates, we invited the 3 competitive range finalists in for an interview. During those discussions, we made note of areas where we felt like they made some incorrect assumptions when it came to pricing. We did this for all 3 firms. And so, you know, the goal of going through the RFP evaluation process is to both get the best value but also help inform the best proposal. And so we noticed that there were some probably incorrect assumptions as far as some of the price proposals, and so we noted those. And that's why the three best and final offer proposals were so close together, because we provided that clarification to all 3.
Okay. Thank you very much.
All right. Seeing no other comments, I'd like to move us to a vote. All of those in favor of approving resolution number 23-10-54, please do so at this time by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Any abstentions?
Abstain.
All right, we have 1 abstention. With that, the motion carries. Thank you very much. All right, now for the next, and I believe our final resolution on the agenda. Yes. We have resolution number 23-10-55. And I'm now going to pause the general business board meeting so that the board may convene as, once again, as the TriMet Contract Review Board, otherwise known as the TCRB. Oregon Public Contracting Law and our TCRB rules allow the board, in its role as the TCRB, to exempt a contract procurement from the low bid process so that the agency may consider factors other than price in awarding a contract. Resolution number 23-10-55 requests that the TCRB authorize an exemption from competitive bidding requirements to procure construction manager, general contractor services, otherwise known as CMGC, for the Cross Mall Turnback project. Now, if this is approved, the resolution will allow TriMet to conduct a special contract procurement for CMGC services that will be exempt from the ordinary competitive bidding requirements. Mr. General Manager, please provide your comments.
Thanks, President Gonzalez. Members of the board, last month in Resolution 23-09-48, the board authorized a contract award for design services for the Cross Mall Turnback. The project is one of the highest ranked to improve max reliability and resiliency. It will connect the tracks between Southwest Yamhill and Morrison on First Avenue. This will allow trains to turn back on the west side of the Willamette River whenever there is a service disruption or other significant issues that block service to the east side. The project will include the construction and installation of switches, new trike circuits, train signals, train control, and overhead catenary equipment for the turnback. TriMet needs to procure the services of the construction manager, general contractor, or CMGC, as stated earlier, for the project. The CMGC will assist with the completion of the project design, contribute to cost certainty, and establish needed coordination for a successful construction process. This is a complex project, and the selected contractor will be required to maintain strict deadlines, coordinate efforts and budget. Authorization of the exemption from the low bid process will allow TriMet to consider factors other than price and use a competitive best value solicitation process. The exemption will allow TriMet to select a contractor with the skill and experience to handle the complexities of the project. It will also allow TriMet to consider the bidder's workforce diversity and propose utilizations of small businesses and COVID-certified subcontractors. TriMet successfully used the exemption from the low bid process to select CMGC contractors for other complex construction projects, including the Division Transit Project and the Hollywood Transit Center. Your approval of the resolution is recommended. And I have Mark Dorn, our Executive Director, here to follow up on questions.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion to approve this resolution?
So moved.
Thank you, Director Frisbee. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Director Way. All right. Any discussion? Director Kellogg?
Thank you, President Gonzalez. So, as the Contract Review Board, I feel like we have a duty to scrutinize these things. So I really very much appreciate the written report. The findings by the group were very good. I just have a mechanical sort of process question about this. So we're required to find that doing a special exemption won't encourage favoritism, and that it's going to save costs. So I think on the cost side, you talked about having somebody involved in the design before the build is going to save substantial time. It's going to, limit the loss of revenue from operations and that sort of thing. But can you help me understand process-wise why low bid as a structure can't be used for the same kind of design and build hybrid contracts?
Sure. Hi, excuse me. Dave Nicolardi, project manager for Crossmall. Basically, with the low bid, the contractor does not interact with the design team during the design phases. So CMGC allows the contractors to come in at the 60% design phase, and at that point, they give feedback in terms of means and methods, how it's going to be built, pricing, and scheduling. So it gets them involved in the process a lot earlier than the low bid design. Low bid comes after the design's already been completed. So it's really just a matter of the timing when the construction manager starts to interact with the design team. And that's where the benefit comes in reducing risk and cost.
And I'll just add to that it's really the complexities of working in the downtown environment and taking care of the business owners and just the general public safety is one aspect where that construction planning can be really valuable working with that contractor. But also with the necessary shutdowns of the light rail system is a way to plan for those activities, hour by hour during those shutdowns. And so it minimizes the disruption to our system and the riders. So.
Okay, and then just based on your experience, how many contractors are out there that can do this work? Handful, a dozen?
I would gather probably half a dozen in town.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Kellogg. And I'll simply add from my experience, the low bid contracting mechanism has provided major barriers for trying to procure within communities, especially when you're trying to bring in emerging businesses. And it has made it difficult to introduce things like design build, CMGC, more collaborative kind of models. And as the old adage goes, sometimes the cheapest option could end up being your most expensive. And so I appreciate that you're looking at other pathways to try to get the best value from this process. All right. Seeing no other comments from the board, I'd like to move us to vote. So if you are in favor of approving Resolution 23-10-55, please do so at this time by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Any abstentions? All right, hearing none, motion carries. Now, thank you, gentlemen. Those are our resolutions for today. Next, the board will consider ordinance number 375, which amends the TriMet Code, Chapter 19, to allow current and former members of the United States Armed Forces to qualify for honored citizen fare. For those that recall, in our last board meeting, we had the first reading and public hearing during our September meeting. This is the second reading, after which we will vote on the ordinance. I will ask our General Counsel Shelley Devine to read the ordinance by title only.
And we have formally reconvened the board meeting, correct?
Oh, thank you very much. Yes, that concludes the TCRB meeting, and now I'm reconvening formally the board meeting.
Thank you, Mr. President. And yes, I will read Ordinance 375.
Thank you, General Counsel.
Ordinance 375, amending the TriMet Code, Chapter 19, to allow current and former members of the United States Armed Forces to qualify for honored citizen fare. This is the second reading.
Thank you, Shelley. Now, before we vote on ordinance number 375, Mr. General Manager, do you have any additional comments for the board?
Thank you, President Gonzalez, members of the board. You will no doubt recall the testimony from our last board meeting. Dale Thayer, who is an Air Force veteran, testified in support of this ordinance. Many veterans may have already be eligible for our honored citizen reduced fare based on age or disability. But Dale mentioned other young veterans, including those who felt called to serve after 9/11. Those veterans are home now, and many are choosing to retire from the military and enter civilian life. And Mr. Thayer reminded us, quote, they deserve honored citizen status. I want to quote his eloquent testimony. He said, honored citizen status isn't about the cost to ride. I don't expect a free ride, and I'm not asking for one. It's about giving the recognition, the respect and gratitude to those who are willing to make sacrifices to allow every American opportunities that we enjoy, unparalleled freedoms. With the expansion of honored citizen reduced fare to veterans and active duty service members, TriMet will give that recognition and that respect. And we will improve opportunities for active duty and veterans to access health care, educational services, and jobs via transit. I would strongly and respectfully request your approval.
Thank you, General Manager Dessou. And before we get into any discussion or commentary, I'd like to ask for a motion to approve Ordinance 375.
No, you're just going to do a voice vote for the ordinance.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you for the clarification. So, point of order. Shall we just move into comment directly? Thank you. All right, any comments or questions from the board? Yes, please, Director Edwards.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank staff for looking into this and doing the work that we requested regarding exploring other opportunities that would go beyond the honored citizen status. And certainly going forward, I'm sure there will be more work done to try to improve on the honored citizen status for veterans and for those active duty as well. But certainly, I think this is a step in the right direction, and this is the way that we should go.
Thank you, Director Edwards. Yes, Director Kellogg?
Yeah, thank you, Director Edwards, for those comments. And I just want to sort of elucidate what was in the packet about how our service district is now going to be the broadest in terms of honoring military personnel, whether active duty, retired, disabled or not. And I think that's a badge of honor that we can be proud of.
Agreed. Director Frisbee?
I want to echo Director Kellogg's comments and also Director Edwards' comments. Really appreciate the staff work on this. I think it's really important and exciting to see our district be assertive and the most assertive in the country based on the work that staff put in acknowledging that service and that work. We talked about last time other ways to make transit work better for our veterans and active duty members. And one of the things I wanted to request that staff look into is how we can provide honored citizen signups at the VA. Or if there are ways that we can help facilitate that process to make it easier for veterans where they're already accessing services. I see Director Gardner nodding over there in the corner. So thank you. I'm getting nods from the whole team. So great. I feel confident that that is underway or happening. But I think that's one of the hurdles that we often forget can prove to be a significant barrier. And I'd like to make sure we're doing what we can to minimize that.
Thank you. Director Way?
Thank you. I also echo everybody's comments. I just have a sort of more of a technical question around the effective and operative date, just so that we can really specify for the public when they can start taking advantage of this program. I'm sure we'll send communication out. So I see here under this ordinance that the ordinance shall take effect 30 days after the date of the second reading. And then it shall become operative on January 1, 2024. So can you just explain for a veteran or an active duty member who might be listening, just what does that mean for them, and when can they apply, and when will the discount go into effect for them when they start using service?
Yes, of course, and thank you for bringing that clarification for all the individuals who would be affected by this change. We are going to be having an effective date of this under a promotion by the general manager, because due to ordinance regulations, it has to be 30 days beyond the second reading that it can go into effect. So under the direction of General Manager DeSue, he will be running a promotion to start that sooner than the 30 days, which would make it effective November 10th, which is the observed federal holiday of Veterans Day. He will run that promotion until the end of the year for a matter of convenience and semantics and policy for the fare code change itself to be effective January 1.
Thank you. That's helpful. So January 1, 2024 is still the effective date, but we're kind of speeding sort of that process, again, in recognition of Veterans Day, which is amazing. So thank you.
Correct.
Thank you for that question, Director Way. I'll simply add that it's a moment of great honor to be able to bring this forward, and my kudos to the staff and all of those involved in bringing this recommendation forward. I am hard-pressed to think of a more apt recipient of the term honored citizen, so it's great to have them recognized officially in that way. I look forward to hearing some numbers from John and the team when it comes to enrollment time to see how that's upticking in the months ahead. All right, seeing no other comments or questions from the board, I'd say, what do we do now? Let's see here. Now we've got to record the votes for ordinance number 375. General Counsel Devine, would you please help us through the roll call vote?
Happily, thank you, President Gonzalez. We will start with our voice vote or roll call vote with Director Kellogg.
Aye.
Director Lewis. Aye. Director Way.
Aye.
Director Edwards.
Aye.
Director Frisbee.
Aye.
And Director Gonzalez.
Aye.
Ordinance 375 passes unanimously.
Yay. Now I'll add a celebratory aye aye aye. All right. Thank you very much. Now, before we adjourn the business meeting, I want to mention the agency staff plan, or the ASP. Each year, TriMet is required to update the ASP. and the board is required to review and approve it. We wanted to give you plenty of time to do that, so the ASP has been uploaded to the board portal and posted on TriMet.org, along with an executive summary of the changes to the ASP from last year. And now we will be taking action to approve the plan at our December business meeting. And so I just wanted to give you a heads up about that. So for the board and for the public, it's out there, and I encourage you highly to take a look at it. And stay tuned for some more discussion at a future board meeting. And so now, if there's no other business to come before the board, then I will adjourn the business meeting.
I believe you have the FY24 discussion, FY24 performance objectives.
It was on the agenda, but I didn't see it alluded to on the script, so I was thrown off a little bit. Shall I shouldn't adjourn the business meeting before we get into general discussion, so yeah, you don't leave thinking that you've been excused. I appreciate that. Next, there we go. Thank you very much. I did skip a page. Thank you very much. There they are. Now that we've gone through the ordinance and the resolutions, I'd like to bring for board discussion the general manager's performance objectives. Now, several weeks ago, I sent you a copy of the draft performance objectives to the board, asking for your review and some comment. I did receive a few comments, and a draft copy has also been included in the board packet. Now, these deliverables are what we're going to use to provide the North Star for our general manager. My hope is that this gives our general manager clarity about the agency's priorities, what we will consider to be his performance objectives, and what will define what success looks like for the coming year. And so they form the foundation of the general manager's annual performance review. And I'd love to see if anyone here has comments or questions regarding the draft objectives before we move into finalizing them. And I want to acknowledge I've already discussed some of them with our general manager, and my hope is to help synthesize them a little bit. There's a lot of complementary goals, and so in the next edition, I'm looking at trying to bucket them a little bit so that we can have some themes across all of those, what are now, I believe, 14 objectives. All right, so with that, I welcome comments and perspective here before the public and board. Yes, Director Frisbee.
Thank you, and thank you, President Gonzalez and General Manager DeSue for putting this together and doing the first work. President Gonzalez, we've talked a little bit about this. In light of the work that is happening around 2030, to me, I'd like to see that deliverable go beyond just developing and documenting it. There's two components that I think are really critical. One is working with external stakeholders to build buy-in and help create the final document. And then the second piece to me is beyond just developing and documenting strategies and actions, but beginning to put them into place. Because a year from now, we hope that we're actually beginning to make progress towards that work. So I may be getting too nitpicky, and President Gonzalez, I know we've talked about different ways to do this, so I trust you. But I would like to see that reflected in this final outcome. And then similarly, the last piece for the development of the DEI strategic plan, I would also like to see some piece that's related to the implementation of that, because I believe we will have plenty of time to begin the implementation process throughout the course of FY 2024.
Thank you, Director Frisbee. Noted, and General Manager, you're hearing it here live as well. I do hope that as we refine the objectives, that we are able to really hone in on specific strategies for this coming fiscal year.
Yeah, noted. Thank you, Director. Developing and documenting. Also, we will bucket. We will put the 4 or 5 buckets out, and I'll probably have that first draft to you at the board retreat so that you can take a look at it with the information, the feedback that you're providing today.
Director Kellogg?
Yeah, I have a comment. A lot of important items are listed on here. As I look through them, though, the most significant to me is objective 11, and that's looking forward to a new working and wage agreement. You'd have to be living under a rock to know that there's not some discord out there in the world between labor and management. And so what your target here, I think, is excellent, so that if there are any issues, and I'm not saying there will be, but if there are, that we can get in front of those and be able to negotiate that agreement and have it in place on time. Thank you.
I appreciate the comment. We are, Kim Sewell and her team, we're getting ready to start our process and providing information to the board here as early as January. That we'll be providing updates and then seeking feedback as we move forward. We're going to start the negotiations early this year, and we're hoping we have a goal to be completed by the end of the summer. So we'll have you included.
Thank you. Director Edwards?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's kind of mentioned earlier, but I just wanted to kind of focus on the fact that, too, I think that oftentimes when we're putting together plans like this, it's important to drill down and make sure that everybody has an opportunity to participate and be involved. Because this is, the family of TriMet is not just management, it's not just staff, it's not just the board, it's everybody that's employed here, and everybody should have input into this, so they have, you know, we have a better understanding. Because otherwise, we miss some little nuances that may be very important to us, but it only comes up later after the fact. And I think it's important to make sure that we hit those up front.
Thank you, Director Edwards.
I've taken a point, and I'll include that.
All right. Oh, Director Lewis.
Thank you. I just want to say that I know I was a real pain for you, President, but thank you for bringing this to the board so that I can hear and we can have an open discussion. It was not part of the process, but thank you. And I hope as we go forward, I think I heard a little bit from Director Frisbee and Director Keith and looking at the process. Thank you for taking my emails, and hopefully you'll continue to take my emails on just having this as part of our agenda today and being on the agenda. And thank you.
Absolutely. You know, with such interest coming from the board and from the public, frankly, on the work that TriMet is involved in, I think it's really important that we bring this out and show folks that, you know, this is a conversation we're not afraid to have out in the open. And in doing so, I want to add one little item, and Sam, I mentioned this to you recently, that I didn't see in the GM objectives, and I'd love to see it, and I hope we'll see a version of it in the next iteration prior to our board strategy session, where we will get to discuss this a little more. And it has to do with board relations. And so, you know, everything from how we manage committees to making sure you each individually have an opportunity to connect with our general manager and ask your questions and get your visibility into the work of the agency that you're most versed or most interested in. I wanted to make sure that you had some clear markers for how we're helping. Clearly, the board is very interested, very engaged, and we all, I think, want to see the same thing. So what I look forward to in the next iteration will include some instrument of that. And by and large, the theme I'm looking for is that we have some clear objectives for the coming fiscal year. Ridership is a big idea, but what are we going to do in this year? Engagement is a big idea, but what specifically are we trying to accomplish this coming year? So those are the kind of changes that you can anticipate, and I look forward to further discussion on this.
I appreciate it as well, and I will make sure that with this next rendition that you'll be receiving here before our board retreat.
Thank you very much. All right. I don't see any other hands raised, and so I believe that that concludes now what we've got to do with regards to our discussion. Although I want to invite the board members, if you do have additional comments or perspective, feel free to reach out. I think for the sake of not confusing our general manager too much, feel free to copy Sam, but make sure that I'm involved so that we're able to all have a united voice as we bring clarity to this next year. All right. With that, if there's no other business to come before the board today, then I will now adjourn our business meeting. We will have a board retreat on November 8th at our public safety office, the same location as our board strategy session that we had earlier this month. And our next regularly scheduled board meeting is going to be on December 13th, 2023, also at the public safety office. Following today's business meeting, we have a safety and security briefing. So let's, I'll adjourn the meeting. We can take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back for a briefing from the safety department. But wait, there's more. Director Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to, hopefully, if you could schedule a, because I didn't have an opportunity to tour the public safety office before. If you could schedule something prior to the meeting, that would be great.
You've heard it here first. All right. Our Andrew is in the audience still, so I think he's our best resource for that. He's got keys to the entire thing, places even our fobs won't get us into. So yes, I think that's a very reasonable request, and it's a pretty cool facility. All right, thank you for that. So now I'd like to adjourn the meeting officially, and we'll have a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 12 for the safety briefing. Thank you. reconvene us. It's not an official business meeting, but we're all going to stick around to hear a briefing from our Director of Safety and Security. Did I get that right? Is that the
Executive
title,
Director,
Chris?
Safety, Security.
Executive Director of Safety and Security. Excusez-moi.
Yeah, right.
All right, Al. I don't think there's any formalities here, so I'm going to say, please, for those in the back, give us a little space. We're going to start getting into the nitty-gritty here. And Andrew, take it away.
All right, well, thank you, Board President Gonzalez and TriMet Board of Directors, Andrew Wilson, Chief Safety Officer and Executive Director, Safety Security. So great to be with you here in Gresham this morning. I grew up in Gresham, I live in Gresham, so deep Gresham roots. It's nice to be out here. Dr. Lewis, I know. Delivering the annual report, again, something I do every year. And I just want to kind of bring you up to speed on some of the things that we've accomplished this year, some of the key emphases that we've had and kind of the direction we're headed. Now, what I'll say is you've seen me up here a lot talking about security. I also manage the safety side of the house, so we're going to start an agenda with safety. I also have the environmental services division as well as the emergency management division underneath the safety security division here at TriMet. So I'm going to kind of go through some things that we've been working on. So we want to go to the next page, the agency safety plan. Board President Gonzalez mentioned this already. It's a 144-page document, so I don't expect that you read it last night. We do have a summary to provide kind of the details if you have had a chance to review it since last year. The real key emphasis is in things that we have actually added, so you can get into it. But we are not going to ask for board adoption in that process till December, so you have plenty of time to get through that document. It really goes through how we do safety here and how we manage safety here at TriMet. I will say that this document is actually FTA regulated in the sense that we have to go and meet with a committee that is made up of 50% management as well as 50% represented employees who first agree that this can move forward. So they had met in May to actually, this is what we call our Bipartisan Infrastructure Law Safety Committee, which is a big long name, because following that bipartisan infrastructure law, what we ended up doing is having to compile this 50-50 representation to adopt your agency safety plan. So it's really good that we're meeting with both management and represented employees in that May process. It then goes down to our State Safety Oversight Agency, which is ODOT, who adds edits. And then it comes back to us, we review it, and now what you have in front of you for your review for board adoption is the Executive Director review, which has been signed off on, and Sam and Bonnie have signed off as well. So it's an iterative process every year. That's how that process goes. So just FYI. So thank you for going through that and supporting safety here at TriMet. I will give you a brief update on safety management systems. Safety management systems was a management system for safety that was developed by FTA or FAA originally. If you remember where we were in the 70s and 80s with plane crashes, this was a particular way to manage safety that the FAA adopted, which has now made its way to the FTA, which we are governed by. And so now we have to have a safety management system rolled out here at TriMet. We're in that process right now. I actually have a safety management system manager, Christina Bartholomew, who's out there working very hard to roll that plan out. It involves safety promotion, safety management policy, safety risk management, and safety assurance. And those are the pillars that are on that building. And so we're working through that with the agency to adopt safety management systems here, and we're excited to sort of continue down that path. So just a brief update on some things that we're working on the safety side right now. Next slide, please. I will tell you, we also administer the drug and alcohol program. It's just a brief kind of overview of some of the results of that very small but mighty team here run by Matt Fox and Gordon Germain in my division. This is the kinds of results and testing that we do to, again, stay compliant with FTA regulations related to drug and alcohol. I will say that we had our first audit in October of last year, first one that had been in about 5 years, and they don't have to submit to any particular yearly schedule. They just kind of show up when they want to, and we were able to pass that, so that was very good, and get some feedback, but able to pass that audit. So next slide, please. So I will give you an update. I've mentioned this last year to the board, but we were involved in a safety research demonstration grant with the FTA. We actually proposed and applied for this back in 2021 and received the award. What we had put forward was to use our video analytic capability to do predictive modeling in terms of what pedestrian crossings we upgraded first. So really trying to use data to be able to upgrade the right crossing at the right time. So if they built an apartment complex next door, there's more foot traffic, we need to probably get some better safety treatments out there. In the past, what we had relied upon was really just upgrading the oldest to newest kind of on that schedule. And so this is us trying to lean into innovations and video analytics. We put that forward to the FTA and they gave that to us. I will mention that in June, we went to the Rail Committee for APTA and we received a gold award as a result of our work on this. So that's a very good accomplishment. It's a very competitive field to get a gold award. I'll mention this a little later, but we did receive a gold award for both safety and security. I think we're the only agency to actually receive that. And so that was a good moment. And I've got a picture later, which we'll celebrate together on that. But we're excited about bringing this tool to our agency and really talking about it with our peers because it's going to allow us to try to really hone in on the best treatments we can put at the right sites for pedestrian crossings. So next slide, please. So spent a little time on environmental services. We set high goals in our environmental services department. We're actually out for an EcoBiz award for all of our maintenance facilities this year, and we're confident that we'll be able to get that in January 2024. Mike Krasminski and Phil Winters are two really capable people that work in my division and just making sure that our environmental stewardship is done very well here. Obviously, Oregon values this in amongst other peers and states in the sense that we are very regulated on this, and we have a great team that actually does really great work in this space. I don't get to talk about it enough, so this is me talking about it now. If you go to the next slide, please. So some of the environmental stewardship that we have done, we have some old sites that have underground storage tanks, things like that, that we have upgraded. As we built out the Powell facility, we actually were able to get a closure letter in May for the cleanup activities conducted out there. We removed some old oil underground storage tanks and did some really hefty upgrades out there. So we're looking to sort of continue that work at other sites as we just kind of go along. Next slide, please. And obviously, as we do construction projects, we're very cognizant of this disruption of soil and different environmental regulations as we build out there on the system. So again, great department that I get to administer to, the Environmental Services Division, and hope to bring them in front of you at some point, perhaps in the future, on a specific topic so you can get to know them a little bit. Next slide, please. So I'm going to transition into the security side of the house. And if we go to the next slide, please, I'll just kind of highlight some of the regional challenges. And I think it's really important that we understand that and that we have it in context. There's a lot of very, very difficult things that are happening in the city of Portland. There's a lot of difficult things that are happening in a lot of cities related to a lack of mental health resources, drug use and substance abuse disorders. There's and obviously houselessness, which we've seen. Those impact TriMet. They impact our peers, our transit agencies, and I don't want to minimize that. That is a very difficult journey for all of us to be on. Ever since COVID, we've seen the rise of things like Part 2 crime, which are those misdemeanor type crimes that are out there. That's not just us, that's the entire country, other transit operators. So I collaborate with them. But we are trying at TriMet to really tackle those issues head on, and I'm going to talk a little bit about that as we go. But one of the things, even before we progress further in the slide deck, I'm currently serving on the Central City Task Force with Governor Kotek's team on substance abuse disorder. A lot of really good conversations with regional peers about things, people really trying to tackle these issues head on alongside of us. We're also a part of the hotel district security sort of a program. We've been really helping those folks try to get together. And both myself and my director of security, Pat Williams, meet regularly with peers all across the city to try to kind of sync up our security services, our safety response team, which you've heard about this morning, and just ways in which we can impact the city and our riders in particular. So it's been a journey, but I'll just say that you know, we are a good partner here at TriMet, and we're working with others to tackle these issues. So next slide, please. So one of the things that we put forward last year, and you may have remember getting an update on this last year by Bonnie Todd and myself, the COO, we put together some executive steering committees with Bonnie in the lead. Sam empowered this group to really kind of start to really think innovatively in terms of the issues that we were identifying. And this group has really been instrumental. It's been working this whole time in the background to try to tee up things that we can work on together. This job in particular, the job that I'm in, you know, really necessitates a lot of peer support and as we kind of tackle these issues. And so I've just really enjoyed this group as a vehicle to really heighten our response here at TriMet and take advantage of other peers in executive roles and Bonnie's leadership to just, you know, get after some of the issues that are the most apparent and real impediments for our riders and our rider return, which is what we're really intently focused on every day. So I won't go into these in detail. You might have recalled last time, but these are the first 5 groups that we had set up, the system condition group and that list. I think we've progressed, so we'll just skip that one. But support matters, passenger public conduct, external issues, rapid response center, which the rapid response center actually becomes, we'll be talking about today when we're talking about security operations center. So we built out from that team. So that was phase 1. Phase 2, the Safe Transit Zone, the ADA working group. The Safe Transit Zone is a really interesting work that we're doing with our regional partners to really ensure that they are at the table with us, promoting good public transit safety and awareness, helping us have safe spaces to get to transit, helping us increase penalties for things like operator assault, things like that, that we can start to really impact our transit system and make sure it's safe for everybody in our community, and particularly some of the more vulnerable folks in our community who are dependent upon this system. We have to get it safe. And so this has been a good conversation topic. We've got a lot of really good, even this morning, from elected officials that are committing that they want to try to help us get there and create that safe transit zone and recreate some of the things that we had before COVID. So anyway, so we're working together on that. We also have an ADA working group, which has come out of this work as well, and that is really focused on our ADA community's experience out there, which has been very, very difficult over the last several years. And so we're working with them, making sure that they're at the table, that they have a voice in this as well. So next slide, please. So just some notable outcomes from this group. Our key emphasis is a lot on access control has been related to this group. When you think about IT and ENC and myself and others at the table, they're focused on this, and that's that empowerment of multiple executives working on these problems. Exclusion policy enhancements, security desk, which I'll spend some time on a little later, system condition recovery, just really, this is more related to things like cleaning the system, making sure the right-of-way is clean, there's not garbage, that sort of thing. Those are impediments. And expanding and creating new partnerships, which I already spent some time on, so we can go to the next slide. So just as a reminder, you know, we have a diversified security team here at TriMet. You've heard about some of those team members. I'll point out the safety response team. You know, it's nice to have a group like the safety response team when we start thinking about things like Narcan, that we can actually, you know, use them as a vehicle to have that as an additional. I will say that we have Narcan out in the hands of our transit police as well. So those are the two teams that carry that. Customer safety supervisors, those are our code enforcement teams. You might recall, I think it was last month when I had mentioned that we're now at 24-hour capability there. Sam has really invested heavily in these positions as well, and we're going to continue to look at different ways we can increase that in the system as well. You've heard me mention we're at about 325 security personnel. That's more than double where we were a year ago. When you think about the effect that that makes on an everyday rider, they're seeing a lot more security out there. And so we do get that feedback, but we have a lot of work to do as well. So I say that because I really appreciate Sam's empowerment of that and really, you know, investing, I think, wisely in this space so that we can bring some folks on. And, you know, we are continuing to work on our transit police. We've got a commitment, you might have seen in the news from Nicole Morrissey O'Donnell, the Multnomah County Sheriff, to give us 2 additional folks. That'll bring us from 18 to 20. We still need to get to 65, but I really appreciate her partnership and the leadership of MCSO and helping us get there. And so we're working on that. We're also working with Milwaukee and several other agencies to bring on some folks, and obviously always Portland Police Bureau. Most recently, we've really built out our DA program here. You know, the Multnomah County District Attorney's Office has partnered with us to give us an additional contracted DA as well as two DA investigators. Megan Aranaga is that misdemeanor DA. She's actually actively at I think some of you met her on our public safety office tour. And Zuri is our DA investigator, and she's already active on the system as well. We're going to be bringing on a second one. But those are all just enhancements that we've explored and keep pushing the needle on increasing presence, which is very clearly when we talk to our riders, what they want to hear or see more is more presence on the system as a real tangible piece. So we're doing that. Next slide, please. So again, just a slide on security staffing. You can see kind of where we're at. That bar at the bottom, or the line at the bottom is flat. That's our transit police. But you can see what we've done with these diversified security teams to really sort of build out an equitable and reasonable approach for our community. And I think we're making some significant progress here. I really do. So next slide, please. One of the things that we are, again, as another tool for our Security Operations Center is to move forward with our strategic database deployment. We utilize hotspot data and we perform public safety missions alongside the MCSO, East Precinct, PPB, other police bureaus to sort of go after things like retail theft, those types of things. We are participants in those types of things, and they are participants with us as we go out to places like 122 and Gateway and other places across our system to just make sure that we're producing safe outcomes out there. But it's nice to have the multidisciplinary approach because we can bring code enforcement and we can bring SRT out there, and those have different outcomes and they're a different tool set to be able to approach public safety. And we hear back from the community and even the sheriff's office that they really enjoy working with our teams in different scenarios as we do that. We're using our cameras. Some of you have seen them, the amazing build out. This last year we went from 1 to 4 people in our surveillance room. We're a good partner in producing quality investigations across the city, and also just being able to deploy our teams out on the system wisely. And we've now moved to 24-hour security support. So this is another great accomplishment this year. So next slide, please. So these are some of the stats that we track. And I do want to point this out as a great accomplishment. I have a lot of really good people on this security team, and they work very, very hard every single day to try to pursue these outcomes. We've got some significant declines in non-emergency and emergency calls this is for police service. So as we have built out these teams, we have seen some declines in these things. Now, having said that, there's more work to do here, but we're headed in a more positive direction. If we look at the next slide, one of the challenges you may have seen in the news, in particular recently, where we actually brought on the University of Washington to really understand what the secondhand kind of smoke risks were, and we worked with some of our Multnomah County Public Health and Oregon Health Authority to sort of understand those risks as well. Really appreciated those partnerships. But we've been tracking people actually using smoking drugs on the system. And so you can see we kind of reached a height there in the earlier parts of this year and the latter part of last year. We think that tracks kind of seasonally a little bit. As it gets darker and colder, people go to a dry, non-windy environment to do this type of activity. We're in a better position. We had an uptick in August, but these are the kinds of things that we're continuing to track because we cannot allow this on our system at all. And this is really talking about max incidents. If we go to the next one, you'll see bus. Obviously, a lot smaller numbers. You've got an operator in the seat. There's some interaction in those environments, and so you would anticipate a smaller number. But still, the fact that we had 18 in August, I mean, it's a terrible outcome. So we've got to continue to work in this area, and through presence and through some of our other strategic response capabilities is how we're going to limit this. It's very difficult when we have such significant substance abuse issues on the street. And I'll say this, TriMet takes a health-centered approach to that because we really have developed a safety response team that has a capability to be able to respond to some of those kinds of issues, a substance use disorder issue. And we want to lean into that continually because it's important to us to be there for all the members of our community. But at the end of the day, we got to keep this system safe of this kind of behavior. So we're going to continue to work towards that. The next slide. This is a very good story that we've been developing over the last several years, which is a decline, a significant decline in both operator assault and threats on operators. Now, I'll tell you, I attended Apt to Transform, and there was a study just done with all of the transit carriers, and this is generally across the entire industry, this continues to rise. So the fact that we're actually declining in a period where there's rising across the country is a good result. But again, when you look at these numbers and you think about 25 people having to suffer through this kind of event, this is not acceptable. So we're continuing to march these down. And I'll say this isn't just presence. We've increased it. Actually, I think if we go to the next slide, we'll talk a little bit about this. The operator safety panels, we've extended those. That's fully across the system now. So that was a lot of really Herculean work done by our maintenance system over the summer to make sure we got those reinstalled with a longer barrier. We've also got safety monitors on buses. I think the number right now I've heard was over 500 of our buses now have those installed. And so if you're riding one of our buses right now, you're going to start to see these monitors on the back, which actually just show you the surveillance of the inside of the bus. And it creates a safer outcome as it basically points out to anybody that's going to do something negative on the bus. You're on candid camera. They can see themselves. Everybody else can see you. And so it's just another way for us to emphasize our safety program here. Access control expansion, you heard from Director Edwards' report on CAT, a little bit of discussion about the Hollywood elevator. We actually are bringing on a resource to discuss and design a large capital program that could take some of those efforts and really turn them into something that we could bring to the entire agency, not just elevators, but park and rides, garages, other locations to ensure the system is safe. So those are some things that we're working on with our partners. The CAT committee has actually been fantastic in that because they're giving us all kinds of things we don't want to miss to make sure that we're allowing everybody in that group access, and we don't want to create access issues for some of our most vulnerable partners, right? So, but the feedback from CAT so far has been very, very favorable along those lines because what they're seeing is they're seeing the ability to use an elevator. Which, it's sad to say that at times that was not available to them. So live monitoring and camera feeds, this is something we've just started here at TriMet. This is really exciting. We have 3 buses out there right now that can be live streamed to a security desk, right? So you can kind of see the direction we're going, and I'll spend a little time on this with the Security Operations Center, but where you could have somebody recognize an issue, have a rider call in, there's something happening on my bus, and your security department can literally look at what's happening on your bus, right? So that's actually happening right now on the bus side, and it'll be fully integrated. We're also very optimistic we can get that on the rail side, which would be fantastic. So we're working through innovations on that into this next year. But live feed access on our buses and trains direct to a security desk which has dispatch capabilities is going to be really very impactful for our riders. And we continue to take advantage of grants and training that we have available. I want to spend a little time on crime prevention through environmental design. This is something that we do here. We call it CEPTED, obviously, at TriMet daily. We have some teams in place to actually affect these kinds of changes out on the system. If we go to the next slide, please. This right here is in my hometown of Gresham. Gresham Central Transit Center, and you can kind of see in this picture kind of a before and after. The before on the left, you can see there's bushes that are really high that prohibit visibility. There's no surveillance cameras. You can see the surveillance there on the right side. This is the kind of outcome that we want to see for our riders, where you actually feel safer on our premises. Gresham Transit, I've been riding this thing for 30 years out here, so it's been really nice to see that the community has responded and actually offered pretty favorable feedback with this as well. So these are the types of upgrades that we're doing. Now with that, I'm going to actually queue up a video here out of Gresham Central Transit, which actually features our Director of Security, Pat Williams, and our Vulnerable Communities Coordinator, Marissa Clark. And both of them are here with us today, but I thought if we can cue the video, we can do it now.
CPTED, Crime Prevention Through Environmental Design, is a method to enhance security and safety for communities. What it does is it works on sightline, lighting, cameras, and increasing livability and inviting opportunity for people to congregate and gather.
I think for operators, you know, an example here at Gresham Transit Center, they can see what they're walking into.
We cleared out a lot of vegetation and we planted low vegetation ground cover, and we also developed an area that was closer to the transit center so buses did not have to park so far away. All along the blue line, we've been able to increase the lighting and sightline improvements onto the platform so people feel safer.
We've heard a lot of positive feedback and support from the agency, riders, and operators. And with that support, we're able to continue looking at transit centers like the Gresham Transit Center. We're actually going to be looking at the plaza area in a training that we're in the middle of right now, and how we can continue to build off of this success and increase rider and operator safety.
So really, really good work by the team out there. One of the things you don't see in this particular video, we actually have out there at the Gresham Central parking garage, which I know, Dr. Lewis, you're familiar with that area out there. We've actually staged some of our security out of that at an office location out there and took over some premises. When you think about how much we've built up our security, we're kind of trying to expand them in different areas. But what that has done is it's created some good activity in that area for some of the small business owners in that area, and they've given us some great feedback too. So this is what CPTED is. It's just creating better, more livable, safer environments for folks. And we're going to continue on that path in multiple locations. So probably the biggest thing that we've done just recently that I want to kind of make you aware of is this Security Operations Center build out. This is an actual physical space which is adjacent to our OCC that we're under construction on. But it's given our riders the ability to connect with a security professional 24 hours a day. And we're bringing on dispatchers, which are roles, represented roles with the ATU, to fill this group. We're going to have blue light phone. There's another program for blue light phones out on the system, particularly on the MAX lines where people can literally pick up a phone and have a direct line to the SOC. They can also call, they can also text, they can also get on TriMet.org. And actually there's a button there that says security. All of you can do that. So these are some real advancements that we're headed into this year to be able to optimize those capabilities for our riders and our employees. And to have that dispatch capability, when you have this many people out there, to be able to get them the right person to the right area and the right response. Again, it's been nice to have a multidisciplinary approach in terms of the kinds of folks. Some situations, perfect responder is an SRT. Some situations, it might be code enforcement. It might just be security because there's some safety issues out there. And then also it could be transit police. So having that ability and capability is going to be really important for us moving forward. Next slide. So this, you always want to end on a favorable note. This is us collecting the Rail Security Award in Pittsburgh in June. There's an identical photo. It literally almost looks identical because you can't see the award. It's translucent there for safety, and that was for what I already shared a little bit about on the predictive modeling for rail pedestrian crossings. But this is a special moment because we got to all go up and stand there, and then about 5 minutes later, we all went back up there and stood there again. So that was a good moment for us. So thanks for sticking around for this. I know it's been a long meeting, but I do want to open it up. Let's have questions. So,
all right, Director Edwards and then Director White.
Thank you. I had a couple of questions here, Andrew. On the last slide, 25, the panic button. What if, I guess there's a couple of situations. Is the panic button where if someone's doing something, they can see me push the panic button, or can they stand in front of the panic button to keep me from accessing it as well?
Yeah, it's great question. One of the reasons why, so it's the same capability to get a hold of the security desk. on a text, on a cell phone, on a blue light phone. You can get to that security desk either way. And I will say, there are some cases where you just need to call 911. In fact, a lot of the cases you need to call 911. So we're in our messaging out there, you'll see placards and things related to this. We first say, call 911 if you're worried about something. But if it's a case of there's a guy sleeping next to me, I think he might be ODing, that kind of a conversation, sometimes people won't call 911 about that anymore. We want to hear about that in our security desk because that is impacting our riders and it's impacting public health, quite honestly. We want to try to get a resource to that individual.
Thank you. The second one on slide 6, there were 9 positives on the drug testing.
Yeah.
Were they all marijuana? Were they fentanyl? What were they? And
I don't have the complete breakdown for you, but it's a variety of, and I can get that for you.
And the outcome.
Yeah.
Did they get help, or were they
We have-
evaluated?
Yeah. Thank you, Director Edwards. We actually have a program with that, and it's kind of followed pretty robustly. There is an opportunity for somebody to receive treatment and maintain employment. There are certain cases where it's the second or third offense where we term, obviously. But we afford some protections to those individuals who are suffering from substance use disorders. But I do got to say that it's very, very important to us to maintain public safety when you're talking about driving a bus with however many souls on it. So we do follow FTA regulation on that, but we do have a program to try to help somebody through a problem.
That brings about another question. If I'm an operator and I can't meet DOT standards, is there an opportunity for me to get help and work in another capacity at TriMet?
That's a good question. I don't know. There are issues in light duty assignments and ADA light duty related assignments from the HR side that are available to employees. I don't know how they would fit into that safety designated role, but I can get you some information on that. And that'd really be more from an HR perspective in terms of how we pursue discipline and a opportunity for them to remain in a different position at the agency. But we do have light duty programs and ADA accommodation programs, and so I think there may be something there.
Okay, thank you. I just get concerned about people being disposable.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's fair.
Director Edwards, I can answer that question. In my tenure here, I've seen 2 situations where that's occurred, and we've moved the person to a different role in that situation.
Thank you.
Hi, Andrew. Thank you so much for this presentation. I just learned so much every year about the amazing work that you do to really, again, address all things safety and security and just how you manage multiple efforts. So thank you. And I think, one of my takeaways from this report is that the things that we're actually doing are kind of working. We're seeing these numbers improve. We're seeing, less calls, right, being made for various things. And so it's great to see that progress. And I really respect what you said, that we're trying to approach safety and security through an equitable lens as well. And so, I just go back to the reimagining public safety work several years ago, and how, don't want to steal Dr. Lewis's spotlight, but how I think that part and that committee really helped inform when I was on the board and we were starting that committee of who does the membership, right? What does that membership look like? How do we engage with law enforcement in a proactive way, in an engaging way, where they can also, quite frankly, change some of their practices so that it can be more safer and equitable for all communities. I know that those were hard conversations, but those were courageous conversations, and so I really appreciate you and your team leaning in to all of that work. And again, you know, building innovative and novel programs where I believe we've also received some national recognition for the work that you've done around the reimagining safety. So I just, again, want to thank you. That I think we're, you know, sometimes when the media sees, right, like these headlines that, you know, are also disturbing and, you know, rightfully so, you know, pretty upsetting, that sometimes they don't report on the day-to-day work, the boots on the ground of all of the folks in various, you know, TriMet uniforms, in uniform that does the safety and security work every day to prevent issues. And so I just want to say thank you. And last but not least, there is a thing that I do want to point around the DA office contact partnership that we have. I think that's wonderful that we now have, it sounds like, additional resources and support from the DA's office around tracking crimes and felony and misdemeanors. So there was, I think, a third or fourth slide, but it'd be great to see what is the background or what is the data around felonies versus misdemeanors with the DA's office, just to get a sense of, you know, can we get a breakdown of that, a little bit more of a disaggregated data of, you know, are those things related to, right, like crime or drug use or, you know, whatever it is. So
Yeah,
that would be helpful.
Absolutely. Thank you, Director Way, for those comments. And Julian Samuels I think you may have met him at a prior board meeting, and now Megan Iranaga work together, and I can absolutely get that data for you. And it might even be good at some point for them to come here and just talk with you directly about what they're seeing. And I will say, just along those lines, Director Way, I really appreciate those comments. You know, we built multidiscipline kind of teams through Reimagine, through work with Dr. Lewis and others to really try to find a right balance. I'm getting lots of conversations with other agencies around the country now who have always just depended on transit police or some variant of that. And they are now coming to us and saying they can't do it all. They don't want to do it all. They need some of these other teams that we have done. They don't want to get involved in code enforcement. They're not experts on mental health and substance use disorder. You know, those are the kinds of conversations. And so I think we've got something special here at TriMet, and I do think all of that came out of that work through Reimagine and just spending some time with community in terms of what was the right approach. So, thank you.
All right, Director Lewis.
Thank you, Andrew. That's one of my not favorite topics, but being a retiree in law enforcement, it's something that's dear to my heart. One of the things I have a couple of things I want to share, but one of the things I wanted to share with my board colleagues is one of my mantras with the Reimagine is that we all can recognize and have heard the stories of our grandmothers when we traveled on TriMet. And today we have a new normal. We will not go back to that time. And so what is our new normal? And it does include items like the reporting, working with larger teams on our system. That is the new reality. And crime is going to be with us. We can't predict. We can only create ways to minimize, to handle, to manage, and how that impacts us. One of the pieces, I think, it's still up, slide 25. I'm real excited about 25. When I was at the conference, the APTA conference, I was in a panel discussion with Seattle and BART and DART. BART's out of San Francisco and DART's Dallas. And they actually had their system for the reporting on the phone. I think Director Keith had mentioned that. And they said that once the promotions went out to the community that they could report, crime kind of on the system did diminish. They could see it in the numbers because it gave the communities, I mean, I'm like Director Kellogg, I get lots of information and letters. One, because I'm retired law enforcement, and some of our folks know, and I've even had one or two feloners call me about something he was reporting on another felon, and so, which is kind of odd. But we do receive that information, but the ability for the communities and the public to report. So I hope that we really put a lot of information out to let the public know, because they did see an effect in those other communities. I'm glad we're getting to that point. The other two pieces, which you did not mention, you talked about Nicole. I worked with Nicole Morrissey, our new sheriff, so I'm glad she's there. I worked with her as a deputy, and so now she's sheriff. But you did not mention Washington County and Clackamas County Sheriff's Office. And so I would like and hope that they are at the table, because we serve those communities. Washington County's sheriff for a long time was president of the 36 sheriffs we have in this state. So there's a lot of information that can come from having those partners at the table. And then the other piece was the safety transit zones. I'd like to hear more about that in the future or upcoming board meetings of how it's working, the impact on the public. I mean, we know our side of what's going on in those transit zones, but what are the elements? I really want more weeds on that. I'd like to hear more about that. But thank you for the work. It's almost like leaps and bounds of when we were having the reimagine and where we are today. I mean, I think as far as board members, I can see the difference. And thank you. And thank you, Pat, back there. Yay. Okay. Thank you.
Another Gresham guy, by the way. So.
Yeah, another Gresham guy. But thank you for that work. It's a lot. And I don't see, nope, she's not here.
Marissa.
Yeah, Marissa.
She was here earlier.
She was earlier, yeah. Mr. But thank you for the work. It's a lot. It's come a long, long way from even just 15 months ago.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Lewis, and happy to discuss Safe Transit Zone, that exciting work in terms of how we're trying to create that at maybe a future board meeting. Or I could go into it now, but I'll,
Mr. Keller. Thank you, President Gonzalez, and Andrew, thank you so much for the presentation. Congratulations on the awards. They're well-deserved, and the presentation was very reassuring. I want to take a second to very respectfully push back against one of your comments. I don't think we should give up on aspiring to get things back to how they used to be, where people believed that TriMet was safe and wrote it in much greater volumes because of that. And even though we may ultimately not be successful because of exterior environmental factors, I don't think it ought to change our aspiration to do the best we can at this and to try to create a very safe system. So in terms of looking back and going forward, how are you measuring success in terms of our efforts in security?
Yeah. So you saw some of our measures today, and it's a great question. One of the things that we're building out with the Security Operations Center is a new security software and a dispatch capability, which is actually all IT related, to be able to really in real time do hotspot analysis and not post an event hotspot analysis. So for example, we're seeing a lot of upticks at Hollywood today. What's that about? We need to get after that. So we can really start to actually do some real-time data analytics, which is where we need to be. And I do think, your comments are what I would say is spot on as regards to our transit police. Getting back to the normal that we had before COVID, we had 65. We're getting to 20 by January. We need those officers back to kind of create those kinds of outcomes, and we're committed to that. But I do think having these additional, I think to Director Lewis's comments, this is the new normal. We're always going to have this additional presence as well, but we need law enforcement back on the system, and we need help from our peers. One of the reasons why we haven't been able to get our law enforcement ranks built back up is because those areas that we ride through are down personnel as well. And so as they grow and get healthy numbers for their community policing objectives, they can commit more to us. That's how we're going to get back to that normal of having more community-based presence out on the system. But I'm really proud of our teams. Tracking security incidents is, I think, you saw that slide in the operations side where we talked about incidents per 100,000 miles. that is going to be a real key measure for us, because what that represents is it represents somebody who's probably having their right or perception of safety attacked, right? They're also, it's a slowdown for us, and it creates a lot of impact to our employee ranks too. So we can't have this many security incidents, and so that's what one of the key measures we're going to be tracking is, you know, where there's a disruptive kind of influence in a security incident on the system.
Thank you for that answer. And I would suggest, you know, we went through the quarterly performance result today. I would like to see some security metric included in that going forward, because I would assert that it's just as important as buses being on time in terms of the safety and security of the system.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. So
thank you.
I'll call on myself.
I was going to go to Director Frisbee.
No. No, I just had two things. There was the slide that we had on staff safety. I forget which slide, but it showed an improvement, which was different. And I think that's because of how we enforce and remove riders from our system. And I remember we passed, was it an ordinance? Or that the exclusions, yes. And I think that was when I was real adamant about no riders. I mean, none of our staff should face crime, you know, or I think it was the spitting incident of being spit on. And we passed that. And I think if we really intentionally enforce that, that will decrease those numbers, because no one should work on our buses, our systems at all, in the office, but mainly in the public, and tolerate, you know, stabbings or whatever. So I think that's one of the reasons it increased. Okay, that was all.
absolutely, and that's part of that safe transit zone discussion. It's about getting, you know, elected leaders focused on this with us as well, that we're not going to tolerate that kind of behavior on our system. Other things, drug use on the system, we need to increase that penalty as well, so that people know you can't expose others to your drug fumes. It's not safe. So those are the types of things that we're working on in that group.
Director Frisbee. Thanks.
First of all, Andrew, thank you as always for the thoughtful presentation and your work, and everyone else on the team for all of your work.
Thank you.
I want to take a couple moments maybe to clarify some previous comments, not to have board member layer on top of board member comments. But I agree with Robert Kellogg that we certainly hope we move forward to a future where everyone feels an automatic assumption of safety in a on a bus, waiting at the light rail station, whatever it is. I think maybe the comment about 50 years ago, you know, my grandmother 50 years ago, I'm sure felt quite safe, but people who didn't look like her often didn't. And as have two uncles who grew up here who had severe mental health issues and had some very awful interactions with police, including some with TriMet police. I really appreciate this multi-disciplined approach. And in general, I think you'll always hear me echo that gratitude for your team and for the reimagining public safety work that happened, where we are focused on how we keep riders safe and how we help people safe, but in a way that is understanding of the different experiences that everyone has with public safety. So thank you. I had a couple of questions. Well, I am also very interested in the safe transit zone work and ways that we can support that and help that move forward. And I think one of the questions I'm interested in hearing more also as we move forward is around access and how we manage access from a perspective of safety. I know I hear a lot, Director Edwards earlier referenced the Gideon crossing, which I think of as the Bob Stacy crossing. And that's a tricky one because it is owned by PBOT. But I've heard a lot from folks who really appreciated the Hollywood elevator access approach because it keeps those elevators operating. So folks who are in a wheelchair, folks who have a stroller, folks who have a bike, it has really made that a much better system for them. And I keep getting folks asking me, can we do the same thing on the Bob Stacy crossing, which is not our jurisdiction, but I do hope we can find ways to work with other partners. And because a lot of folks use Bob Stacy to access the light rail line right there. So, but I'm interested in the broader access question. I will say when I came back to Portland after living in other cities with different transit systems, it was very surprising, particularly late at night, to realize before I'd always had a moment when I got to the rail station of like, okay, I'm safe now, right? I'm in through the doors. Like, I don't have to be quite as aware. I can maybe pull out my phone and look at something or let my guard down a little bit. And not being able to do that in Portland was a really interesting shift. And again, that is a feeling of safety rather than a data-driven piece. And I want to be aware of the privilege that goes into that statement. But I think that's if you can create a safe place for people, that encourages them to use the system because they know they don't have to be aware that whole time. So I'm interested in how we as a board can support some of those access conversations and work through that.
No, thank you. Great comments, and that's what we want. We built a very open system. And we're dealing with some pretty big city issues right now that we need to protect our folks that are out there riding. So we can get there.
And simply to emphasize the point of cooperation, whether it's ridership or safety, we don't own soup to nuts the whole issue. We rely heavily on our public agency partners and our community partners. And so I really appreciate that you've taken that approach of convening and championing this topic without necessarily containing it to TriMet alone. And I strongly encourage that we lean further on our agency and our public serving partners, especially in the community benefits organization side, for them to elevate this idea. I think we all want it, and we provide a great place for us to have the conversation. But ultimately, I think that destination point where we all feel safe and we all feel empowered to keep safety is in the hands of everybody involved. And so thank you for that, and a challenge to our public partners and our public agency partners to help lean into this, because we get there together.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, thank you for that presentation. I'm not sure what else you have in store for us or what Sam has in store for us, but clearly the board's very comfortable hanging out here in Gresham and discussing safety with you. He's not charging rent by the hour, right? Please.
No, I just want to close. Andrew, thank you for the work that you, our COO, the entire safety security, actually the entire organization, what we're doing.
Yeah.
Really appreciate it. I want to tell the board, though, November 8th is going to be a big meeting for us. We're going to come and talk to you about what the public has provided input on what they think about us. We're going to provide you the updates. We're going to talk to you about tying that into Vision 2030. And then we're going to take a portion of the November 8th meeting and really talk about safety and security with you. Really looking at what we're doing, what we're going to be doing, brainstorming further actions with you, going over things that we want to explore, getting that input from you. What do you think of our ideas? And then really moving forward into the future. So the retreat is going to be a really good time to really dig in and provide some of the questions, or provide answers to some of the questions that you've provided on that. So with that, I really appreciate your time today. And this has been great for the organization. I think this helps us move forward with increasing our ridership and really keeping our system safe, because I agree with what's been stated here. Our highest and core value of the organization is maintaining safety for our employees and the people who use the system. So with that, I'll yield back to you, Mr. President.
I really appreciate the time everyone's taken to get through these important topics. We had a lot of business today. Clearly, the board, as you can all see, is not only interested and curious, but willing to engage. So thank you to everyone for your time. What a day.
I know, it's a big one. Yeah. Let's screw this up.